I fucking hate trying to make a video game. Why is it so hard? Why'd they make it so hard? What's up? You can't see him, but Artemy is right there. Hello? He's looking at me. Hello? He's not looking at me anymore. He's done. Hey, hey. Hello, my fat man. Ah, hi. Look at him. You want to eat me? Oh, he wants to eat me. Yeah? Yeah? Mwah. You just got your kibble. Ooh. See? He's tasting me. He wants to eat me so badly. Yes. Good boy. Ooh. Oh yeah, I'll just show you really quickly because it's frustrating the hell out of me. Okay? So like, if you're trying to make a 2D isometric game, it's not actually 3D. The 3D is fake, obviously, because it's isometric. So the problem is that if you put a sprite in, like it's literally just a 2D image, so it's not actually 3D. So like, making shit stack appropriately is really difficult with the Z sorting, you know? So it's like, how do you have a barn that you enter? Like, you can stop the player here, but if they go in, then like, oh, they're on top of stuff, right? So you have to segment the barn into different tiles, like this. And if you do that, and you sort of manually adjust the Z sorting for all the different tiles, you can get it to behave properly. But then, like, what do you do right here if there's a non-square tile? Like, right here, you can get it to work. Right here. But then if you went behind, see? Like that. But what about a non-square one? Because for this tile, you want it to be like this over here. But on this side, you want it to be able to go behind. But see? The Z targeting's not set right. Because the pivot point for this side would be here. But the pivot point for this side is more in the middle. Gay as shit. You either have to code a solution where the Z point changes based on the position of the player, or you have to separate this fucking wall into 8 trillion tiles so that the pivot point can be set and the Z position can be set manually for each of them, and just have like 8 tiles right here that are all joined together. I'll probably end up doing that. Yes, or I could just put an obstacle here that I couldn't walk on, but that seems like cheating. Okay, that's enough. Wait, what's the problem, man? Don't worry about it. Bosch makes me feel so competent as a programmer. Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing. Don't make fun. I'm trying. Don't be mean. Okay, I'm putting in effort. Thank you. Dan was watching a debate of yours and it turns out your house is haunted? What?
Races could enter the country? Well, let's not focus on that because the answer is none. You know, let's talk about some sort of hypothetical, frictionless, perfectly spherical country of one.
Do you want to talk about what would happen if
Chat, did you see what I just saw? I just saw a fucking cryptid. I just saw a fucking cryptid.
Zan was
Slow down the footage.
Isn't Zan always high?
Slow down the footage.
Because
Watch
the
it.
answer is none. You know, let's talk about some sort of hypothetical
You saw it, right? Right?
She really is
There's
quite
some kind of
fast.
fucking goblin living in Vosh's house.
She really is quite fast, isn't she? That's like 4 frames in a 60 FPS feed. Um, she's zipping. Thoughts on the GTA 6 leak? There's not really much to say, right? I mean, the shit got leaked. It sucks for Rockstar. I don't care that much about the Grand Theft Auto games, but like having a work in progress leaked fucking sucks for the devs. Not good at all. Excuse me. What got leaked? A lot of stuff got leaked on GTA 6. Like like a lot. Not just some video or whatever, like a huge amount of code. Um yeah. Yeah, like a whole dev build basically. Yeah. It sucks. Maybe this is good. I kind of politically oppose Rockstar as a concept anyway. I really don't like AAA studios that make like mega games. I hate that shit. And Rockstar's like the main studio doing that. I don't know. Excuse me. Jim Sterling did a video on how it's not Jim Sterling anymore, right? Isn't there another name? She's a broad now. Isn't it something else? Stephanie, yeah. Excuse me. Oh, Jim Stephanie Sterling. So just going by the middle name. Okay, whatever. Did a video on how a bunch of wankers are upset about work in progress graphics, and other wankers are upset about a woman being playable. Yeah. People are gonna be super mad. There's gonna be like one character in Grand Theft Auto 6 with pronouns, and they're all gonna like shit themselves and put their hand in their pants and eat the poop or something. I don't know, whatever to own the libs. Um, so they're gonna be mad about that, I guess. Did you see Donkey's video? Yeah, I did. Did they not have pronouns before? No, you'd always refer to them by their name. Confused as shit. Wasn't The Witcher AAA? What's wrong with them? Okay, the critical difference, the thing you, you fool, you fucking buffoon, you Neanderthal, you troglodyte. You failed to consider the biggest difference between the Grand Theft Auto games and The Witcher 3. The difference is, I liked The Witcher 3, and I don't like the Grand Theft Auto games. That's the difference, you moron. You buffoon. You failed to consider that critical difference. Excuse me. Why not? Why don't I like the GTA games? They've just never been for me. As a general rule, I don't like games where like the main appeal is like you can fuck around in them, right? Like The Witcher 3, the experience of playing The Witcher 3 for me wasn't like you can do whatever, because you can't do whatever in The Witcher 3. It was about the great story. The Witcher 3 and its DLC have fucking really great story, you know, that I really enjoyed. I love Geralt as a character. And I really enjoyed that. At GTA, of course, it does have a story campaign, but like that's you know, like the primary driver, I think, for GTA is the fuck around thing. So you don't like Breath of the Wild? No, because Breath of the Wild is about exploration. GTA isn't really about exploration, you know? Like, you can explore in GTA. I mean, GTA 5 was Los Angeles. I don't need to explore Los Angeles. I lived in Los Angeles. I know what Los Angeles looks like. The real one is bigger. I've been around, you know? But it's again, it's like this being able to like do whatever. You can usually tell what like the driving kind of incentive for people to play a game is by the social media discourse around it. And when you see people show up like clips of like Battlefield games, it's people like putting a box spring on the ground so they flip a tank in midair and then the tank fires and takes out a jet. And when you see people like with the Grand Theft Auto games, it's like GTA RP, somebody pulls up and then like people role play like somebody does a drive by and then like a nuke goes off or something, you know, like people fucking around or whatever. And when people talk about like Witcher 3, they're usually talking about narrative elements. How many like posts did you see on social media that were praising Witcher 3's combat? I don't think I remember seeing one. Like so many people were talking about The Witcher 3 and all of it was like story beats, character development. Nobody was out here like check out this triple kill I got. Like that, yeah, like nobody, yeah. So yeah, I don't know. And for Breath of the Wild, it was like exploration, you know, like wow, look at this cool area, or like look at this innovative way that I killed a group of goblins or whatever, you know. Excuse me. Do you have an aversion to games set in the real world? No, not at all. Because the combat was disgusting in Witcher 3. I don't think the combat in Witcher 3 was that bad. It just wasn't that great compared to the other stuff in the game. The other stuff in the game was so good that the combat was, like, in comparison, kind of mid. It was, like, fine. It was serviceable, you know? It is true that I'm not a huge fan of Breath of the Wild, though. Thoughts on Gwent? Gwent was really fun to play. I even played the Thronebreaker game, which is literally just Gwent, the story campaign, for 50 hours. I loved it. It was really, really good. How does it compare to Elden Ring? They're two totally different things. They're third-person melee-focused action games, but like Witcher 3 and the Dark Souls games or whatever, totally different kinds of gameplay. Thoughts on Hollow Knight? Huge fan. I've beaten everything at every difficulty in it. Have I seen the Cyberpunk anime? Not yet, but I will. Thoughts on Thinking? Don't do it. It's a bad idea. Spiritfarer is on my wish list. I'll play it eventually. I've heard Spiritfarer is kind of a tearjerker, though. I gotta stay strong. Yeah. The main problem with Breath of the Wild was the lack of enemy variety. That shit got boring as fuck, dude. Like, I respect a game that gives you all these wacky tools to kill enemies, but you don't need them. Because, like, the open world combat's not hard at all. You can pause at any point to eat, and you can't be one hit. And there were, like, 3 enemies, you know? Yeah. I hope they fix that in the sequel. If the sequel introduces a bunch of enemy variety, and if it starts off with the hard mode that keeps you from like insta healing or whatever, then that might end up being like one of the like a really big release for me. Yeah, the master mode. Yeah, Quoteth, like I said, tearjerker. Have I played Stardew Valley? No, I'm trying to make Stardew Valley though. That was the barn that I showed you earlier. Nah, I haven't played the Middle Earth Shadow games. I've heard they're pretty okay, though. Thoughts on the Nier games? I've only played Nier Automata. I enjoy Nier Automata, but also, like, holy shit, it is not as deep as it thinks it is. Like, let's be real, okay? People don't like Nier Automata for its philosophy. People like Nier Automata for its fat-ass, hot, fucking fuckable android bitch, while philosophy-themed anime bullshit is playing in the background, you know? They want to feel smart while looking at her gigantic, ripe fucking ass, you know? Because I feel like a lot of people like really like cheesecake in their games or whatever. Like they want to look at a giant fat glistening ass on a cyborg lady in a maid outfit, but they don't want to feel like a troglodyte. So if they're like, okay, we're gonna do that, but we're also gonna have the whole game be about identity, and people are gonna randomly quote philosophers from the 18th century or whatever. It's like, oh, okay, so that's all you need. Like you just need the veneer of intellectualism, and now we can all appreciate uh 2B's fat ass. I mean, that's literally it, right? Look at this. I can't believe there are people who talk about this game like they play it because it's smart. Listen, don't get me wrong, it's a great game, okay? But like, oh my god. Like be honest with yourself. Look at this. Be honest with you. Be honest to me, be honest to yourself. Okay? We all like the birthday cake. Is that default? No, you simply activate your self-destruct protocol. And the self-destruct protocol, in addition to making her walk around all wobbly, also blows off her skirt. So smart. Yeah, there you go. There's self-destruct protocol. The most efficient Android armor yet designed the optimized for combat. Zero G combat, terrestrial combat. It's ready for all. Dude, it's fine. We don't have to play Irony. I want to fuck 2B too. Everyone wants to fuck 2B. It's cool. She's like one of the most desired like game characters ever. You know? And that's great. I'm just glad that we got an anime game sex symbol and it was unambiguously an adult woman. You know what? Can we just be thankful for that? In the world we live in today, with Japan being the way it is, can we just be thankful that, like, one of the universal sex symbols of gaming is unambiguously an adult woman? Yeah, all right. Vosh, I was waiting for an explanation for why the androids look like that the whole game. That is so heart-wrenching. The thought of somebody, like some earnest, naive fool, playing Nier Automata and thinking, I wonder when we're going to get the plot drop on why all of these warrior androids look like fetish dolls. And then you just play for 90 hours and you get to the final ending and you're like, I guess they just look like that then. What about Lady Dimitrescu and RE Village? Oh yeah, true. That's another. Okay, Lady Dimitrescu isn't just an adult woman. Lady Dimitrescu is an adult woman. That's even better. I haven't played it. Oh wait, I think I know what you're talking about, Posada Sean. I think I might know one of the artists for that. Yeah, femboy versus femman. All right, we're a bit off track at the beginning of stream. How are we doing, guys? How are we doing? Oh God, Happy Nar. I don't know. Especially that Yoko Taro was from the get-go like, lol, I wanted her to have big boobs, but the gang at Platinum liked fat ass and they won the argument. It's like the halls of the Parthenon, like the Greek philosophers debating, and it's Yoko Taro and Platinum, like with the fat ass versus fat titties discourse, you know? Have you been paying attention to the situation in Iran? You mean the protests after that lady was killed by the hijab police? Yeah, we can cover that. Yeah. The protests seem to be going pretty well. It's pretty fantastic. Ass versus titties is the only real philosophy argument that matters. Yeah. I mean, I think most people can agree that both are cool, you know, even if they have their preferences. But you haven't even played with? Well, yeah, I have. Both is the cheat answer. I think that, like, especially in queer communities, people are more likely to say ass because queer communities tend to have more of a predisposition towards anal sex, so obviously, and B, asses exist on everyone, whereas titties only exist on half of everyone, more or less. So I think I'm guessing that queer communities are going to be more biased towards ass, either because they're gay or pan or whatever. But it's gonna vary. Hold on. Wait, didn't I tell my editors that I would open stream with a segment that they could use? Oh, fuck, I'm being super discourteous right now. Ryan, are you watching right now? Are you just, like, patiently waiting for me to get on with it so you can get the clip? Is Ryan in chat? Somebody tag Ryan. Oh, I don't see the tag light up. Oh, Ryan's not in chat. Okay, we're good. It's fine. We can delay more. Fuck! Tempest, it's not your day. Alright. Hello, Tempest. You got a license for that stream? Not for long. True, Sake. Alright. Let's participate in the obligatory, commentary. From the royal family's official YouTube channel, which is where we all go to get our death of the monarchy, hot news and information. So suppose we could all just sort of have a laugh at what the Brits look like, I guess. This guy looks great. What a nicely manicured beard. We have sort of the poofy hat man. So, does anyone in chat know the guys in the red coats, apart from being pedophiles, what are they? What rank? Because they just look like old dudes. Master pedos. Gotcha. Royal guards? They're not royal guards. Those guys were like 80. They might be lords or something. Or like, because the House of Lords, like, in England, they literally have lords. Like, that's just a thing. Like, you can just show up here and be like, oh, yes, I'm a Dukey Lord. And then, like, yeah. They have knighted people, yeah. Kingsguard. No, I meant the old lads, not the ones with the big poofy hats. I know about these guys. Lamau. Kingsguard called the Queen's Guard up until a week ago. What are these little blue lights in the cars? What is this? Will established hypocrisy can become an official lord by buying a square foot of land in Scotland. Feels like a spite move from the Scottish. I respect it. Those are police lights? They're just little dots. Look at these little European cars. Video's too loud? Okay, gotcha. There. Look at these tiny little European cars. It's so weird because if you look in like historical drawings or even old photos, when I see people in more ornamental regiment, they look fine. It's like, oh yeah, it's like the late 19th century and these guys have their fancy boy coats on and they look great, you know? But now in the modern day, it looks so weird and stupid. Like it's as though there's some kind of fundamental incompatibility between royal regalia and like 4K cameras, you know? Yeah, it just... Vosh, I was a Navy cadet as a teen, and that was my uniform, lol. Even with the hat? Tempest. Yes? Oh. Alright. Especially the hat. Alright. What, you don't want the hat? I don't want the stupid little chin strap. The hat on its own would be fine. This just makes it look like they're wearing stupid little upturned bucket hats. I'm also not very fond of this, like, anime schoolgirl, you know, because they're called sailor uniforms, right? Like collar around to back cape. I don't like that. Maybe if it was white instead of blue? I don't know why it's blue when the rest of it is black. Vosh, it's tradition. I know it's tradition. These stupid fucking hats are tradition. I'm criticizing it. They're carrying spears! For fuck's sake. These fucking mop heads. Oh. 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 It just, does this not look like terminally lame to the rest of you? Like, how can any Brit look at this and go like, ah, yes. Like, all this is taking place while hospitals have been closed. You know? Like, as this is happening, there are people who are, like, calling up to try to rebook cancer appointments. Like, and meanwhile, you know, Lord Foppington and the 58th Mophead Brigade are out here doing a little dance. I don't know. And of course, because she's also the head of the Church of England, you know, this is like a fully religious ceremony. Would you feel better if they were all holding .50 BMG rifles? Honestly, if you're going to have like a military regalia with a bunch of soldiers, I think I would, yeah, I think I would actually prefer them all carrying modern weapons to them carrying spears. There's something just sort of weird and off-putting about an adherence to tradition, which is having them use, like, 400-year-old weapons. I don't know. Give them all railguns, yeah. Which do you prefer aesthetically, a Royal Guard or the Swiss Guards of the Vatican? Oh! Are you fucking kidding me? Is that even a question? As long as we're talking about royal regalia, dude, the Swiss Guard of the Vatican are like the Giga Chads of the royal regalia right here, okay? Because they fully lean into it, all right? They don't go for this, like, 19th century, like, decent, respectable military regalia dressed up a bit for the monarchy. They look like court jesters, and they lean into it. They are wearing goddamn, like, 16th century conquistador hats with red feathers that each would have they would have had to like colonize an entire Central American island to get the birds to pluck the feathers from back when they were first designed, I'm sure. And like the dyes to make this uniform would have cost like the average wage of like 20 years of one peasant, you know. And they have fucking halberds. Absolutely. I respect these guys, okay? Also, a critical distinction. The Swiss Guard protect the Vatican, and the Vatican is not really a country, you know? The Vatican is essentially just, like, a religious institution that has a national identity, whereas the Queen, like, this is all happening in a country, in a democracy, ostensibly. The Vatican does not purport to be a democracy, nor does it have a real population. Like, look at this guy. Yeah, I think they carry what, like MP5s or something? The Swiss Guard? Like, look at this fucking dude. Like, just imagine, challenging papal authority while on the grounds of the Vatican, and this stone-jawed motherfucker, who I assume is 7 feet tall, just whips out an MP5 and reduces your body to a sort of aerosolized paste. It's... Jesus Christ. Are they gonna fire that directly forward? Is this like a martyrdom? Just this guy right here. This guy right here. It's not a cannon, lol. Yeah, but it kind of looks like one, doesn't it? What is it? That's the coffin. They have wheeled her in the Imperial Royal Coffin Tank to protect it from terrorist attacks and you know, the Asiatic hordes. They have armored her in this even the wheels for her fucking coffin carriage look like they're straight out of Victorian England, don't they? Like, does this not look like the wheeling you'd see on like a carriage being pulled by a horse? Coffin to rival Metal Gear. Swiss guards are... Oh, okay, okay. That's the... Okay, so they're loading the coffin onto the... Okay. There we go. There we go. Notice that they're stealing the color profile of the Swiss Guard, their superiors. Always the pretenders, those British. They defy papal authority hundreds of years ago, but they still can't help but crib their aesthetic. Imagine dropping this. One of these guys is Scottish. He just takes the fall right there. Do the funny. Do the funny. Now, these are actually the royal coffin carriers. They spend their entire life doing curls so that they're ready to carry your coffin. Like, they've spent, like, from 8 years old, they were stolen by the crown and put on a daily curling regimen so that they would not drop the coffin in this pivotal moment. What are we doing? Something's happening. You joke, but this is genuinely the coffin bearer team. No, I'm not well, I am joking, but like, of course they're the coffin bearer team. Like, this is that, you know, again, it's England. Like, they probably come from like an order of royal knights that descend from fucking King Arthur or some shit. You know, like some insane historical. I've said this before, but there's only one military ceremony that I really respect. And it's the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier at Arlington Cemetery in the United States. It is the most ceremonial thing we do in the United States, and it's done to honor the soldiers whose bodies we never recovered. Not like some foppish fucking royal dipshit or whatever. Not some like incestuous colonizer piece of shit. Well, I guess a lot of those soldiers would have been colonizers, but you know, whatever. Hell yeah, dude, the Crab March. We lower and raise the flag in ceremonial fashion every day. Okay, that doesn't compare to this. I said the most ceremonial thing we do. The changing of the guard for the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier, to my knowledge, that in terms of like what we make a spectacle of, that's the most, like, ceremonial thing that I can think of in the U.S., and it's also something that I'm, like, okay towards, you know? I think every country has their, flag codes. Fun fact, that carriage weighs 2 tons. Yeah, it's probably, like, weighed down with the cremated ashes of all the house servants that Queen Elizabeth had over a lifetime or something. Kind of the way that they would bury pharaohs with all their royal consorts and all their servants and everything, you know? Ah, yes, and the corgis. Tossed them in the fire. They killed all of her servants when she died. Charles came in and he was like, nope, nope, no. Oh, off to the grill with you. And then they all got torched. This is the, those that have, like, the Jewels of India or whatever, right? That's the shit that's worth, like, $8 trillion billion or whatever. Doesn't that crown go to Charles now? Jesus Christ. Multiple Britbongers dying of fucking bagpipe exposure. He'll design its own. Wait, are they seriously burying the, like, $1 billion crown? No? Okay, that's what I thought. There's no fucking way. That shit's like a national... Yeah. What an incredible fuck you that would be if they were like, you know, and to commemorate Elizabeth II, no one else is fit to wear her crown, and they just fire it into the ocean, just annihilate it or some shit. they take a boat off the coast of India and they just do a little thing there. Oh, the Star of India is the scepter. It's the scepter. Gotcha. What are your opinion on the old German spiked helmets? The pumpernickel whatevers? I always thought they looked stupid. Yeah, I don't know. The Pickelhaube? I guess if you decorate it with enough gold, it can look, I don't know, gold, but it still looks stupid. It looks like a butt plug. Man, the security at this event had to have been fucking insane. There's so many people happy the Queen is dead. You think this might lead to the monarchy having less legitimacy because Charles is a wanker? Yeah, probably. Elizabeth II, like, for a monarch, I think, like, basically everyone was fine with Elizabeth II because she never fucking did anything. Like, she just sat there and was old, you know? But Charles is more openly contemptible, so it's probably going to lead to more people turning. Beep, 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 beep. Ooh, Artemy. Ooh. Artemy. Artemy. The biggest jewel in the crown's from South Africa. South Africa, gotcha. There we go. There you go. The government is passing a bill making it illegal for nurses to strike. Hell yeah. Hey, Ratbrave, this is dope as shit. When someone politics bad. This is so true. I do this literally every stream. Hell yeah, absolutely. All right, moving along. The golden orb is said to contain a piece of the cross from the crucifixion. Yeah, there are like, I think all around the world, there are enough splinters of the true cross to make up like 58 true crosses, aren't there? Right? Yeah, that's one of those, I mean, how do you disprove that, right? To be fair, though, if there was any place that actually would be able to like legitimately acquire a shard of the cross, like this would probably be one of them, right? They're disembarking their stupid bull hats. Yes! Oh, they look so much better now. That stupid strap. Dead. 7.6 magnitude earthquake in Mexico. Call me what's tonight. I'm kidding. I'll look soon. Ah, dude! From the side, it looks like Guy Fieri. Like the Flames Hawaiian t-shirt. Like they put it on the side to make it go faster. See? You see what I mean? It's like, boom, you know? Like, yeah, Hot Wheels. Gotta go fast. We have different styles of looking down here. There are so many different ways you can look down. Do the funny. Do the funny. They all look like they're on the verge of tears. I mean, if they're invested enough in the monarchy to be dressed up like this, they probably are legitimately pretty down. I do like the whole, like, having a bunch of men act as sort of human pack wolves to carry the carriage, you know? Like, they're up here like huskies attached to the rope, you know? To haul the cart around. God, I'm so fucking glad that when US presidents die, it's just like a big funeral, you know? Like a former president is just a citizen. Which was the former president who died in poverty? And then after that, presidents were given a wage after retirement because it was decided that it was kind of a national embarrassment. Truman? That's wild. Harry S. Truman Funeral Memorial Service. Wasn't Mao's funeral massive? Yeah, but Mao was worshipped as like a god, kind of. That people will get mad at me about that, but like that's fucking true. Okay, like the Mao by Mao's government, Mao was not treated as just like a cool guy. It was a bit beyond that. When you have like a framed portrait that you have to fucking salute in class every day. Holy shit, dude, this is so long ago. Oh my god. Here's Truman's funeral service. We have the cannons. We got some old dudes. We have the US flag. We have the US flag instead of your fucking personal royal flag, you stupid royalist fucks. And he's laid to state. You've got some actual... Oh, shit, dude! These guys also have the Navy uniform, but they don't have the stupid fucking hat bucket strap. Hell yeah. America #1. What was the last presidential funeral? Was it Reagan? What was the last one? HW, yeah. President George H.W. Bush funeral. I just kind of want to see for, like, comparison. Here, funeral of former President George H.W. Bush. Oh, yeah, dude, this wasn't long ago at all. Yeah, I forgot. Nah, I'm not gonna salute him, not even a joke. This is a good-ass building. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, Chad American servicemen walking like machines even while carrying funeral. Look at them. They're like a cog. They're rotating at exactly 18.5 degrees with every turn. They have the strap. Did they have the strap? I didn't see the strap. Who the fuck is that guy? Hate that guy. Literally no difference. Oh no, there's a huge difference. All of the ceremony that you see here is civilian and military. A president is a commander-in-chief after all. This is royal and religious. Massive difference. Enormous difference. Like, this is a statesman's funeral right here. This is the kind of thing you would expect for a former, yeah, like, there's no weird, yeah, exactly. There's no, like, weird, esoteric, like, mystical bullshit or whatever. The coffin's taken out of a car, he's saluted as the former commander-in-chief, and then he's laid in state as the former president, you know? It makes sense. Pretty modest affair in comparison to this shit.
Every bond, that he may rest
We got the religious element.
with all your saints.
He was, after all,
in
a
the
Christian.
eternal
God damn, that's pretty. Do you like the American flag aesthetically, I mean? It's okay. There are worse flags. There are ones that I like a lot better. Nothing compares to Albania. It's exactly the same. This is just like an amped up version of a regular funeral here in the States. Usually, in the States, funerals are officiated by priests. I mean, obviously, it's, you know, a little bit more dressed up for a president, but it's the same shit. Wait, I don't know if people are joking. You do actually understand the difference, right? There's a huge difference between a royal funeral and the funeral of a statesman. The religious elements present here are common to every American funeral for a Christian. Like, the priests here are reading his last rites. Like, of course, he was a Christian. But the institution of his death itself is not like a religious ceremony. So much here is rooted in like centuries of tradition in a way that's unique to the royal family, the monarchy. This is just an amped up version of traditional funereal rites for like American Christians. And the only like additional stuff that you wouldn't see elsewhere is like, I guess, the degree of like pomp, but it's not really like a categorical difference. It's just sort of an amping up of existing. Oh, never mind. Yeah, we didn't have soldiers pulling the hearse like dogs. Okay, I'll say that much. We just drove a car with the coffin in it. We didn't have 40 lads in sailor uniforms drag it with their fucking torso belts across the streets. Never mind. I'm not getting into it. How much gay sex do you think those hoes have had? Millions. I saw flower. Alright. I don't think the funny's gonna happen. I think I would have heard of it. Oh yeah, dude. Oh yeah, dude. Do the Warhammer. The choir is beautiful, though. Yeah, I'm not critiquing their form. This feels like a Bloodborne. Well, Bloodborne was set in London. Ridiculously cool building, though. Yeah, of course. What building is this again? Westminster Abbey? Okay, gotcha. How are you so smart? I'm not at all. I'm a fucking idiot. I like that they have the gift note still in there from the florist they bought all these flowers from, you know? Like price and like if you want more flowers, come down to like Abby's florist. Are we about to enter the Phase 2 Queen boss fight? Yeah, they're going to sacrifice the choir to her in a blood ritual, and she's going to emerge from the coffin, build a saddle of leather and bone, and inflict revenge on an uncaring world. The slowest walk in the fucking universe. This is, I assume this is drone operated, right? This camera shot. Imagine turning off the drone when it's directly above. Imagine being the drone operator, knowing that there's a guy with a gun pointed at your head as you slowly lower it, you know. There's like 50 guys with like muskets pointed directly at you, like, lower the drone now, Johnny. Nice and easy. I'm pretty sure it's a ceiling-mounted camera. Yeah, but that's less funny than my version. It's a Victorian orphan on a string. Ceremony dictates the royal funereal footage. The bird's eye shot be taken from a Victorian orphan on a string. Somewhere in Westminster Abbey, they maintain a Victorian-era town, like in a basement somewhere, so they can procure from it orphans when needed for ceremonial purposes. Look at their dude, it's like you're playing like fucking Rimworld or something. One of those like top-down games or something. Look at their goofy little walk cycle. Yeah, lemmings.
In grief and also in profound thanksgiving.
Cleared throat in the first second of the speech. Loser. L. She's going to hell now.
We come to this house of God, to a place of prayer, to a church where remembrance and hope are sacred duties. Here,
God, man, it is quite an impressive building, though. Whew. Woo, woo. I would say the one big problem with this building, though, is they need to reject modernity and embrace tradition. Get rid of these spotlights, okay? We need candles. There need to be, like, 6 monks in Westminster Abbey whose only job is, like, lighting and maintaining all the candles the way it used to be, you know? Cutting all the wicks and, like, replacing them and cleaning up the drip and everything. That's what we need.
Where Queen Elizabeth was married and crowned, we gather from across the nation, from the Commonwealth, and from the nations of the world, to mourn our loss, to remember her long life of selfless service, and in sure confidence to commit her to the mercy of God, our Maker and Redeemer. With gratitude, we remember her unswerving commitment to a high calling
going to hell
over so many years as Queen and head of the Commonwealth. With admiration, we recall her lifelong sense of duty and dedication to her people. With thanksgiving, we praise God for her constant example of Christian faith and devotion. With affection, we recall her love for her family and her commitment to the causes she held dear.
What?
Now, in silence, let us in our hearts and minds recall our many reasons for thanksgiving. Pray for all members of her family, and commend Queen Elizabeth to the care and keeping of Almighty God. O merciful God, the Father of our Lord Jesus Christ, who is the resurrection and the life, in whom whosoever believeth shall live, though he...
Imagine pretending to be Christian when you're literally the head of the Church of England. You literally caused the papal split. You literally broke the fucking flock in half. How dare you? What the fuck? Think like the Vatican, like the Pope is watching this with his hands on his hips, just being like... What, Martin Luther? No, Martin Luther kicked off the Reformation, but it was King Henry VIII, because he wanted to divorce his wives, who said, like, yeah, actually, I'm actually the head of the church now. It's me, actually. Yeah.
he die.
Do you think that to priests right now, they're like burying God or something? To the priests here, if they're authentic followers of their belief and truly believe it, to them, this would be like burying the Pope. To them, the Queen was the divinely ordained royal appointee of the Church of England, and thus God. So it's a divine right thing. So like laying to rest the monarch, to them should be like putting down, like setting to rest the Pope.
And whosoever liveth and believeth in him shall not die eternally. Who has taught us by his holy apostle St. Paul not to be sorry as men without hope for them that sleep in
She's
him.
called protector of the faith, yeah.
We meekly beseech thee, O Father, to raise us from the death of sin unto the life of righteousness, that when we shall depart this life, we may rest in...
I think maybe the only more extreme royal cult is the Emperor of Japan. Right-wing Japanese consider him a living god. Yeah, well, that's the distinction, right? They don't, like, the Christians don't see the Queen or the Pope as living gods, only as, like, appointees. Like Muhammad, right? Like prophets, or like the big guy that the god, like, chooses to lead the flock. You know, like the Muslims thought of Jesus Christ as a prophet as well, just not God himself, you know. And that's, I mean, people kill each other over this shit.
him, as our hope is, this our sister doth, and that at the general resurrection in the last day, we may be found acceptable in thy sight, and receive that blessing which thy well-beloved Son shall then pronounce
I'll
to
2
all
times
that
speed if I
love
wanted
and
2
fear
times
thee,
speed.
saying,
Also, you couldn't even listen to it at 2 times speed. I'm going to skip through it. I'm not 2 timesing anything.
Come, ye blessed children
Okay, we'll skip through it.
of my Father.
And this mortal.
Oh, we just took a singing break. It's like a Broadway show to keep things interesting. They sort of alternate between choir sections and the speeches.
Shall have put on immortality, then shall be brought to pass the saying.
How big are those candles? These are
that
big
is
candles.
written. Death
Has Vosh never been to a funeral?
is swallowed up
Not in a long time,
in
actually.
victory. O death, where is thy sting? O grave, where is thy victory? The sting of death is sin,
I like the hat, yeah.
and the strength of sin.
I like this outfit a lot, actually, because this is unambiguously a villain's outfit, you know? Like a Cruella de Vil kind of drip. I respect this a lot, actually. Like, showing up at the Queen's funeral while dressed like some kind of, like, avant-garde, torture mistress. It's good.
Is the law. But thanks be to God,
Who is she? I have no
which
idea.
giveth us the victory through our Lord Jesus Christ. Therefore, my beloved brethren, be ye steadfast,
She could definitely, like, deliver this a bit better, I think.
always abound.
Yep. We have Andrew's victims.
I am the way, the truth, and the life. No man cometh unto the Father, but
I'm such a
by
fucking
me.
retard, dude. Oh my fucking god. My
If
brain
ye
is...
had known me, ye should have known my Father also. And from henceforth ye know him and have seen him.
Let's just... yeah. It's... Now, Liz Truss is so fucking boring that I don't even want to watch her speech for, like, looking for jokes or whatever. Like, she's so boring, there's not even going to be any comedic material to pull from there. Why is Liz Truss there? Well, current, like, head of state, right?
The pattern
Or head of government.
for many leaders is to be exalted in life and forgotten after death. The pattern for all who serve God, famous or obscure, respect disciples that he came not
Find
to be
Biden. Oh yeah, 5 points to whoever can find Biden in the audience, by the way.
served, but are still rare funeral. During COVID lockdown ended with "We will."
Do you think they have, like, a security detail around Biden because they know he's Catholic and that at any moment he could, like, Molotov the coffin, you know? Like Biden's, they had to put him, like, way in the back because they know that if he was near the front, he'd be, like, rocking back and forth, like, with his hand in his coat, like, waiting, you know? He's Irish. Yeah, fucking Irish Catholic, yeah. I don't watch the BBC. I'm Irish, you know? Yeah, he's gonna... He's here to make sure she's dead, yeah. He's not willing to believe it until he sees the coffin lowered into the ground.
Us in her words.
Let us pray for all those whose hearts are heavy. Through Jesus Christ, I beseech thee to bless
Good.
Nice framing, cameraman, dipshit, fucking idiot. Imagine being this kid and, like, trying to show your friends, like, look, I was at the royal wedding, or funeral, sorry. I was at the royal funeral, see? Look, wait, I'm coming up at the 1 hour, 19-minute spot. Look. Yeah, some Mike Wazowski shit. Yeah, and all the fucking classmates call him Lamp Boy for the rest of the semester.
Thy kingdom come, thy will be
God
done,
damn it.
on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen.
Cult shit? That's like the most common prayer, isn't it? I've heard that one a bunch of times. I think any prayer will sound pretty creepy when it's being said by like 5 trillion dudes inside Westminster Abbey, right? The Lord's Prayer, yeah. The Catholic version is shorter. Well, the Catholics, obviously the one true Christian religion, of course. Protestantism has been a mistake. My personal rule of thumb is that, on average, Catholics are less demonic than Protestants. with the exception of Catholic converts, who are all Nazis. Like, people born into Catholicism, I think, on average, are better than people who are Protestant. But people who convert to Catholicism are just Nazis who want, like, the Vatican II to be undone. So you can go back to blaming Jews for the crucifixion of Christ, you know? Like, that, like, every single Catholic convert I've ever met or heard of or seen online has been, like, a Nazi or close to it. Without exception. I don't know anything about Eastern Orthodox Christianity. Also, the Catholics have the best churches. Oh! New lads coming in. Those the beef eaters? What the fuck does that mean? Here to eat beef, your majesty. One last time. And they all just eat a fucking plate of ground beef over the cob. What the fuck are you talking? That is legit a thing? Okay. Yeoman warders, also known as the beef eaters. The yeoman warders of His Majesty's Royal Palace and Fortress the Tower of London and members of the Sovereign's Bodyguard of the Yeoman Guard Extraordinary, popularly known as the Beef Eaters. Alright, well, learning lots of new shit today. Alright. Time to eat beef, your majesty. One last time. That's just fucking... Yeoman, not yeoman? Gotcha. Who the fuck is Biden? He can't be that far back, right? He's
Let
probably
us
somewhere up
commend
front.
to the mercy of God, our Maker and Redeemer, the soul of Elizabeth,
12 rows back
our
on the
late
right. Is that
Queen.
real? Or I found Macron? Oh.
Heavenly Father, King of kings, Lord and giver of life.
Let me in, you Anglos. And he's like banging on a window outside. Yeah. I've got him restrained. He's trying to knock down a wall.
Who of thy grace in creation didst form mankind in thine own image. Amen.
You know what really gets me about this? It's the fact that it looks like shit. I'm sorry, I actually believe that. Yeah, we get it. It's super expensive, lots of diamonds, whatever. Like, I just think it looks like shit. It's fucking tacky. It looks like you just bedazzled, yeah, it looked like I feel like you could aesthetically replicate this with, like, a bedazzler, you know? And, like, glass beads. It just looks tacky. I just don't think there's any aesthetic sensibility to it, you know? What happened? Dude, why don't people wear, like, old-style crowns anymore? Those are dope. Like, the kind that you see in, like, fantasy or whatever. Like the thing people think of when they think crown, you know? Those things are dope as shit. And you can do lots of cool stuff with that. Like, this is like a basic one, because it's just fucking fake diamonds all over. But, I don't know. Yeah. I think it looks way cooler than, like, this stupid little fucking pillow hat. They have many crowns. Yeah, this is the one she's known for, right? The stupid pillow hat, I guess? Yeah.
Glory forever.
Oh, yeah, here we go. The imperial crown of the Holy Roman Empire. This is what I'm fucking talking about, okay? If you're going to be the monarchical leader of an imperialist state, then this is what you should look like, all right? This is what I'm fucking talking about, okay? Yeah, go big or go home. Absolutely. Nah, dorky. So, okay, so this is also tacky, but I think this leans into being so tasteless that it actually goes back around into being cool. You know what I mean? Like, this just feels like
How do we make the most expensive crown per square inch? Well, let's just like glue diamonds all over it. You know, whatever. Great. It's pricey. Whereas this is like, you know, there are fucking paintings painted onto it. Like, oh my god, it's amazing. Yeah. You're giving way too much credit to the Holy Roman Empire to call them an imperial state. Yeah, I guess. Okay, fine. If you're going to be the monarch of like a disaster, I guess. The Holy Crown of Hungary. I can't help but notice that the Holy Crown of Hungary seems to have been in a traffic accident. Did like a car back up into it in the parking lot or something? This is still better though. Because it's got a painting of Jesus Christ on it. And that's good. What if I Google like coolest crown in history? What do I get? Ew, the first result is the fucking Queen's crown. No, it's not. This is better. This is Denmark, I think. That's cool. It's better, I guess. I still think more could be done. Here we go. Wait. There we go. Like this tiara shit, that's good. This looks really nice, okay? That's an aesthetic right there, okay? That's good. You can't just make it all like gold or something. Like, yeah, have a bit of like, you know, give it an aesthetic, you know? Yeah. What about this? This is like a fantasy crown. That's not real. Royal Crown of America. Ah, yes. How could we forget?
Amen. Go forth, O Christian soul, from this world. In
Bohemian crown is cheesy. What the fuck is this? Is this a kid's meal toy? Wait, literally, this looks like it's made of candy. What is this? Is this real? However much this cost, it was however many dollars this cost to produce, it was that many dollars too expensive. What am I looking at right here? It looks like a toy. Imperial Crown of Russia. I think this looks good. It also has kind of like that bedazzled aesthetic, but I think it's also like it's a lot more outlandish with its shape, which I think like here it's like the shape is selling it rather than the color choice, I guess. Yeah, I think that looks pretty nice, in my opinion. Crown of Spain. Okay, the Crown of Spain is just like what I think of when I think crown, I think. This is like the platonic ideal of a crown, kind of. I think it looks good, like in a classic sense, you know what I mean? Like it's a good like default crown, but I think more could be done with it, you know? I don't think it distinguishes itself as a crown. Now, hopefully you guys get what I'm saying. Oh, yeah, same with the Dutch crown. Like, this thing, like this... Well, the one here with Spain is better than this one with the Dutch, like, by far. The Dutch one looks like a toy recreation of this, like a ripoff, or something you get in the fashion district of LA, you know? Yeah. Crown of Bavaria. This one's nice. Bavarian crown, I like this a lot. I'm glad they left the center bit empty here. It's actually really pretty, wow. Actually, wait. This is like a sleeper hit right here. I like the flower petals. This is actually really pretty. I just can't help but feel like... like looking at European crowns. Like, they all kind of look the same, you know? Like, all the European crowns kind of have, like, the same look, you know? I don't know if there are any other, like, prominent crowns. Like, here's a drawing of Suleiman's crown, but I want to see the actual thing, because I don't actually know... Yeah, here's Louis XIV. Again, like, it's pretty and all, but, like, it's, like, the same crown over and over again, right? I guess that's probably because all of these guys were, like, Catholics, right? So all the Catholic monarchs were all arguing that they were the divine rulers, so they would all kind of have, like, the same basic aesthetic, I guess? What about the crown to the heir of the Swedish throne? This is quite nice. I like the blue. What about Kaiser Wilhelm's helmet? This is good. This is what I'm talking about, okay? We need bold, innovative crown designs. Okay? This is the shit I'm talking about. That's some Giga Chad shit right there. Absolutely. Oh god, I'm looking through all the shit you guys linked. I'm just trying to find stuff that doesn't look like the standard. This looks cool. The Iron Crown of the Lombards. This is like older, right? I think this is like an older pre-medieval crown. I like it. The papal tiara. How the fuck is that a tiara? Alright, stop linking me Europeans. We've had enough fucking white boys. See, like, look, right here. Hawaii. There we go. Fuck yeah, dude. Right there. This is what I'm fucking talking about, okay? You roll up on somebody who's got a hat like this or whatever. It's like, oh, European monarch, great, dude, whatever. You roll up on somebody with a hat like this, and you're like, holy shit. That's not a crown, that's a hat. This is a crown! Just because it doesn't have, like, fancy diamonds doesn't mean it's not a crown. It's a hat, not a crown. Okay, by crown, I'm going by, like, any fancy pants, like, official hat. That's what I'm talking about. Okay, I don't know what the technical distinction is for, like, a crown as opposed to a hat. I just mean, like, an extremely fancy hat. Oh, God, you've linked so many. Oh, my fucking God. Holy shit. Albanian? Dope. Fucking dope. I'm just thinking, like, imagine seeing, like, an address being given by a world leader, and you see them in a hat. What hat should they be wearing? And if I saw something like this, I knew I loved Albania. I knew that I supported Albania in their holy war against the Serbian hordes. I knew there was a goddamn reason. Kazakhstan? Dude! What the fuck is wrong with white people? As soon as you move out of Europe, everything gets cool. What the fuck? Oh, we're like going through all the European monarchs, and it's like, would you like to see this variation on like 4 sort of rounded arches centered, but with a cross in the middle, and then like a poofy cushion underneath it? And then it's like you go elsewhere, and it's like, yeah, dude, my crown, I simply have the top half of a bull that I have taxidermied and sort of taped onto my head. Fuck yeah, dude. Thailand king? Look at this shit, dude! What the fuck is wrong with white people? Why aren't we this cool? What's wrong with us? Even this has like the fur. Rurik crown, the boots with the fur. Fuck yeah, dude. Absolutely. Nepali and Indian crowns are cool too. Hell yeah. Dude, look at this shit. Ming crown? Aztec headdress? Why the fuck do they have more color than all of us? Why the fuck did the British colonize the entire world and then decided that gray and red were the only colors they wanted to use for their fucking crown? Indian crown? Ming Dynasty? What the fuck? This is fucked. I'm getting, like, really racist against white people right now. This is insane. I need to, like, we need to dial it the fuck back. We need to dial it way the fuck back, okay? Because all I see when I see the European crowns now is, like Ponzi inbred pedophile. And then I look at all this shit from the East and I'm like, oh yeah, living God, of course. Like, I walk up on somebody with this hat and I'm like, oh yes, of course, living God. Hello. Envoy of the Chosen. Hello. Hello, sir. Hi. Hello. Absolutely. Yes. Hello. Hi. Yes. Like Aztec. Fuck yeah. Ethiopian with the goddamn fucking hat house that I assume birds can live in. Heavy as the crown, literally. This shit looks incredibly fucking heavy. Oh my god. Yeah, the mausoleum hat. Emperor of Japan. What the fuck am I even looking at? This would just confuse me. I think I might submit to the holy will of the divine Emperor of Japan, the living God, if he approached me with this, simply because I was too confused to question his authority, you know? If somebody with a hat like this walked up to you and he was like, hey, can you like die for me or something? Yeah, okay, yeah, yeah, sure. And then it'll sort of run off like, okay, I guess I got to do that then. I wouldn't think about it, you know. Here's Suleiman's crown. Oh, is this the real version versus the drawn version? The real version's still super dope. Oh fuck, Quora? Oh, right here. Oh, fucking whatever. Okay. Portugal is an interesting one. The Diadem of the Stars, dude. That's cool as shit. I've never even seen the word diadem used outside of Diablo 2. A lot of these links are lacking. Qing Dynasty crown. This is cool, dude. It looks like edible. You know what I mean? Vietnamese crown. Okay, wait, hold on. Black and gold with dragons on it. Wait, this is actually like A+ tier. What the fuck? Right, like right off the bat. Holy shit. Yeah, my fucking we have our crowns have the cross to symbolize our devotion to Christ. Oh yeah, my crown has dragons because dragons are cool, and also I call myself the Dragon King. Fuck. Vlad the Impaler crown. It's pretty dope. It's also kind of getting like aided by the fact that it's on Vlad the Impaler, who's pretty drippy on his own, you know. Anglo-Saxon crown before the English became cucks. Ah! Before the fucking Romans cucked them, dude. Absolutely. The Angloids were so based before the Romans came in and introduced Romans' love for ceremony and bureaucracy to these sort of naturally misshapen skulls of the Angloids. That was like the match made in hell right there. The industriousness and civil bureaucracy of the Romans were fine on their own, and the let's say quirky eccentricity of the Normans, not Romans, my bad, the Normans. Of the Angloids were fine on their own. But then when you mix them and it all gets ruined. Yeah, post-Roman, yeah, they built the bridge, Londinium, blah, 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 yeah. Sorry, the history of England goes back like 5 trillion years. Look at the Pope one. I'll respect it when he wears it, okay? Actual existing socialism crown? Yeah. Okay, we have to stop because this has gone on way too long. We will finish it with the greatest crown ever in history, which is Suleiman's onion hat. Nobody has ever topped this. It did not... You know it was good because he never needed to add like a bunch of jewels and gold and shit. Like, this is all. That's all. This was enough. This was fine. And he was right. No ornamentation was necessary. There's a small crown on top of it. Is there? Oh, this little... Oh, wait, that makes it even better, though. Holy shit, dude. Because then it's like a joke or whatever. It's like, oh, yeah, dude, here's my 3-foot wide onion hat. And then on top of it, I have like this cartoon crown. That's great. I fucking love that. It's got its own crown. Yeah, the crown is for the onion, not for Suleiman. Learn the royal hierarchy. All right, that's enough. That's enough. Dial it back. Sorry, let's return to the real world with its boring modernity and Eurocentric Christian aesthetics, where nobody wears feathers.
In the name of God the Father Almighty, who created...
Why couldn't the Aztecs have discovered gunpowder earlier and taken over the world, man? This could have been so much cooler of a ceremony. We could have had, like, the royal consort proprietress of the oceanic territories, as laid claim to by, I don't know, Quetzalcoatl, and his divine warriors or something. And it would be the 21st century, and you would have a bunch of, like, ripped 8-foot-tall brown dudes, dancing around a pyre, where they're like fucking tossing in Queen Elizabeth or something. Absolutely. We'd just be bitching about how lame all of the Aztec stuff is. I do feel like there's something kind of distinctly soulless about a lot of Euro-Christian cultural tendencies. But I mean, obviously, it's the grass is always greener kind of deal, right? I'm sure there were people in like Aztec culture who were like, "Oh, blood sacrifices again. This is so tacky," you know. And if they could be shown like a picture of a guy in like a poofy red suit wearing like with a halberd and a big hat, they'd be like, "Dude, that's so cool. That's so much more vibrant than what we have." You know, it's always the grass is always green. Yeah, it's a whole thing.
In the name of Jesus Christ, Son of the living God, who suffered for thee.
Then again, the fact that they're closing down hospitals to commemorate her funeral does kind of make this feel like a sort of abstract, indirect human sacrifice, right? That's the thing, okay? Human sacrifice is part and parcel to Euro-Christian culture, okay? We just do it indirectly. We kill people for God and in ceremony's name all the time. We just do it in a really boring, bureaucratic way, as opposed to in a cool, direct, upfront way, you know? Back with the Aztec sacrifices, they would do a whole day of partying and drugs. You know, the people they sacrificed were fucking loaded up on hallucinogenics when they went up there to the sacrificial slab, you know? Nowadays, when the state sacrifices someone for pseudo-religious purposes, it's the police gunning down a black guy for looking at them funny from, like, through a car window. And the ceremony we're preserving there is the ceremony of, like, white hegemony. But there's no fucking partying, and the black guy doesn't even get to be high on hallucinogenics when he dies. Like, what the fuck? Bring back tradition. We had something.
In the name of the Holy Spirit, who was poured out upon thee and anointed thee, in communion with all the blessed saints, and aided by the angels and archangels and all the armies of...
They were mostly war prisoners from other tribes that was done to instill fear in the enemies. A reminder that when I'm going on rants about how we should bring back Aztec sacrifices, please do not take my hyperbolic statements about history as a fact. I'm not a historian. I am not even remotely educated on Aztec culture. I am sort of running on a comedy bit. Please do not get your political positions from my obviously hyperbolic mid-segment stun locks. I love you guys. Let's keep going.
The heavenly host, may thy portion this day be in peace, and thy dwelling in the heavenly Jerusalem.
My best
Amen.
knowledge of the Aztec people and what they looked like. My best understanding of the matter at hand. Okay, alright. Ooh. Serving cunt.
God grant to the...
Oh, we've introduced a new element. You keep stopping on cum? It's a talent that I have. These guys look cooler. I agree, those guys do look cooler than the other guys. Oh, they're gonna fight. This is the duel. Where two honored men fight for the privilege of being laid to rest beside her as her royal guard in death. Who will win? Where the fuck is Biden? Is he really... we have to show, like, the one black guy in the crowd to deflect accusations of racism. Did anyone see the footage of Charles shaking hands with people and he, like, skips over the black guy? That was Charles, right? Not Andrew? I only watched the clip super quick when I got up. Let me see if I can find that. I think I liked it. Let me check my likes. Oh, yeah. Fuck yeah, dude. This is what I'm talking about.
E vais encontrar-se também com os primeiros ministros de alguns destes países, nomeadamente com o primeiro-ministro do Canadá, com o primeiro-ministro.
There we go. That's what I like to see, man. Nice and overt. I like he even sort of like glances over too. He's like, the next one what? Let me nope. All right. In truth, this could just be a flub, but like, it looks pretty bad. It looks pretty, he like pushes the hand away. He's like, yeah, skip over. It looks pretty fucking bad. You know, it could be a flub. You never really know just from looking, but like, yeah. That doesn't look great. Yeah, it's pretty, yeah. Biden forced to sit 14 rows back behind presidents of Poland at Queen's funeral service. Dude, holy shit! They really did think he was gonna fucking Molotov the coffin. That's amazing! They were probably like arguing over seating or whatever, and Biden was like making some very threatening comments, and they fucking moved him way back or something. Oh my god. Or like, you know, in all honesty, it's not actually impossible that there's a hidden rule that they're keeping the Irish Catholics farther back. That might actually legitimately be a thing that's in the rules that they're just not announcing publicly. I mean, she was the head of the English church. You know, I mean, maybe, I don't know. Biden's going to come back to America being like a Black Lives Matter warrior now that he's been subject to direct discrimination for his ancestry. Okay. Deacons of the Deep. Which one of these guys is the main one? I'll say the organ's pretty cool. Well, organs are cool, like, in general, right? Vampire music? Oh shit, it's the vampire hunter. He's got the sword. This does feel like it would be like a boss of a platinum game though, right? Like attending a royal funeral, and then as the organ music kicks up, like the tentacles sort of whip out of the coffin and start eating up the people near the front. And then like you get off and into the main aisle and like you see the monster from an upward angle or something. I don't know. It feels like it's appropriately situated. Frankly, I'm okay with just sort of mentally associating cathedrals with video game boss fights because A, they make for good boss fights, and B, that's the best thing you can do with a cathedral anyway. It's sort of, in terms of like the culturally vestigial stuff, you know, I don't give a fuck about the religious officiation. If you're going to do anything with a cathedral, it might as well be an eldritch boss fight. This fucking guy. That's Harry, right? I really don't follow the royal shit that much. This is the guy who married an American commoner, right? And they're super racist against her. Like there are a bunch of like there's the brown lady and then like Meghan Markle's, and then a lot of British people are like, I don't like her character that much. She's nasty. And then it's just like a brown woman standing there politely. I've seen a lot of people talking about how fucking racist they are towards her. Apparently she wasn't even allowed at the funeral. And that he wasn't allowed to wear military uniform, even though Harry was actually a soldier. Like this guy, like Harry, who's a member of the royal family, apparently was actually a soldier. And he's not allowed to wear a royal uniform. Yeah, he was a captain in Afghanistan. Because he left the royal family. Yeah, which is cool. I think you should get to wear a cooler uniform if you leave the royal family. Look at his medals. Well, yeah, he has his medals, but he's not in regalia, you know. Yeah, so, like, wait, remind me. So Prince Harry, he wants to be a normal boy, right? I mean, kind of, right? Like, he went off and served. If you're a member of the royal family, you do not have to run off and serve in the military. That is not a thing you have to do. That is not a necessary... Every time I see anything about this guy, he seems like kind of well-adjusted. Like, I mean, he's still a royal, but, like, you know what I mean, right? Oh! He's the son of Diana! I totally forgot about that. Yeah. He would have been... How old was he when Princess Diana died? Was he like 2 or something, or did he actually get a chance? 6? Okay. Well, the good blood of Diana, I guess, sort of passed down.
Girlfriend.
It takes time, especially for myself and my brother. You ain't ever going to find someone who's going to...
He looks like a normal dude. I mean, I don't know. That's cool. Like, he doesn't look like some sort of freakish, you know, some kind of, like... Who's the really old royal? Am I thinking of Charles? The guy who looked like dead, basically? Or is that another one? Who's the guy who looked like dead? I don't know. Oh, Philip. That's right. That's right. Well, even Charles, I don't know. There's something about being a member of the royal family, I think, that just kind of rots at you a bit. Not just literally with the teeth, either. But Harry looks fine, I guess.
During the training courses, it just couldn't happen. And also, every time I said, right, I'm just having a pee, the guy on the back would start doing this, which, you know, it's not helpful for anybody.
And then a tour of his digs at...
I guess it kind of helps that he's hot. Harry, I mean. And he is. The disdain the royals had for Diana is vile. The Queen called her unpleasant for touching AIDS victims. Well, yeah, because, like, Queen Elizabeth II's, like, protocol was just, like, archetypically British. Like, she defined the last century of British character, which is, like, just stay quiet and pretend that everything's all right, you know? So, like, any active effort to improve things, any, like, activist tendencies, like what Diana did with the AIDS victims, right? Is considered kind of like a distasteful, you know, sort of like it's unroyal, you know? Which is why a lot of people speculate that Diana was assassinated by the royal family and that the death wasn't an accident. Which I haven't really looked into that conspiracy theory. I don't know if there's any legitimacy to it. But like the idea of the royal family assassinating one of their more troublesome family members isn't like doesn't strike me as like an entirely impossible thing, but you know, I don't know. I don't know. How are you mispronouncing the most white name ever? I think Diana sounds better than Diana, personally, but you know. The Queen had 2 disabled siblings that were sent to mental asylums and died and were never visited. Yeah, I think that's one of the things that makes it pretty easy to believe the Queen would have Diana killed. The whole, like, they had 2, like, inbred mentally deficient siblings who were, they were, like, killed off in the public eye and just sent to, like, quiet, like, mental facilities to rot until they eventually actually died, you know? Like you'd have like a 14-year-old who's not mentally well, and it's like, yeah, sent to a farm, like literally though, right? Like yeah, like recorded as dead, and then just sent off and never visited, and they just like lived in obscurity until they died. Yeah, which wasn't great. That's not a great thing to do, I think. Who are the Queen's hidden cousins, Nerissa and Catherine Bowes-Lyon? Yeah, they were there for, yeah.
Oh, shit! They look like Mounties. It's insane how large horses are. What the fuck is with this one, though? This is an insanely large horse. They are Mounties? Oh, okay. Look how far out this guy's legs have to be to accommodate the size of this behemoth. I think JFK and Ted Kennedy didn't find out about their lobotomized sister till like 1999. Yeah. Because, like, the Kennedys were America's royal family, right? Like, not really, but, like, yeah, really, you know? The Clintons are, too. I don't think the Clintons have ever reached, like, Kennedy's level of prestige. But yeah, kind of like, you know, a little less so. Why does JFK receive so much praise anyway? Well, the Kennedy family was really politically powerful, and to an extent still is. And JFK's older brother died in World War II. JFK wasn't like the favored son of his father. But there was still enough, like, I guess, leftover political clout to sort of like launch him into the you know, the presidency when he got there. Yeah, Joe Kennedy III lost to Ed Markey just a little bit ago, just a couple months ago. To have a Kennedy lose out to a more progressive guy, pretty big deal. But a lot of JFK's legacy was cemented by his assassination, you know. Kennedy was mob related? Yeah. See, the hats look fine when you can't see the stupid bucket straps. What about the Obamas? No, not even close. The Obamas did not rise to prominence from some kind of like shadowy deep state political family. The Obamas, like Barack Obama, was just like a middle class dude, you know, who got his way up. Funnily enough, like I will say this, okay? I fucking hate Obama. However, Obama is like one of the biggest modern like American success stories we have. You know what I mean? For like child of immigrants, you know, like black guy born in the the 60s? I actually forget when he was born. When was he? Yeah, like yeah. And then to make his way all the way up to presidency. That's pretty cool. 61. Yeah, I was thinking like late 50s, early 60s, yeah. What about the Bushes? The Bushes are more of like a political power family. But Obama doesn't, I mean, for Obama, it's just like, it's just Obama, you know? I like how these losers have to have Royal Navy printed on their fucking caps, because otherwise you would think they're like gay bathhouse attendants or like LARPers or something, you know? Like, now it's the real deal. All right, lads. Oh, were those feathers I saw actual feathers and not just like fake ones? I thought I saw feathers and I thought they were gray and I was gonna make fun of them for having feathers. What's the name for this kind of like architectural implement? Does anyone know? When you have to like walk through the corridor of pillars? What's the... It's like a thing. An arch? Well, I know it's an arch, but it's like it's like a thing that goes through a building. It's because like old buildings have to be supported with a colonnade. Yep, that's it. Thank you. Colonnade or colonnade. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. That's a path. Well, everything's a path. What about Biden, though? Yeah, Biden wasn't born into like political power. I don't think. I mean, it is
America does have a lot of what would you call it? You know, favoritism directed towards some political families, but it does, you know, it is entirely possible for people to rise up from nothing to become president. The critical difference, though, by rise up from nothing, I mean you don't need to have had prior political power, but you can't have been poor. That's the thing. Poverty is the real gatekeep. Like you can rise up from the middle class, but real poverty taints you for life. In so many ways that it sort of blocks you out. I think a lot of that is almost kind of like an institutional barrier that's maintained like semi-deliberately, because people who have experienced real poverty are far more likely to be sympathetic to and aware of these problems. Whereas if you're in the middle class, you often still believe this, you know, the like American dream, like, you know, the idea of living in a meritocracy, or that if you work real hard. And imagine how strong your belief in a meritocracy would be if you were born to a middle class family that believed in it, and then you worked your way up to be president. Like, that's got to instill in your brain some pretty like high level meritocratic delusions, right? One of the biggest problems with political power, just as a concept, is that the people who are lucky enough to achieve it are usually sort of systemically incentivized to believe that they were able to achieve it as a product of the innate fairness of the system, you know? Of course, the royals believe that too when they're crowned, so, you know, whatever. People in power will always work to justify the legitimacy of their own power. Would Sanders have actually been rags to riches? I don't know what Sanders' like living situation was when he was younger. I know he wasn't wealthy. He was poor? Oh, well, there you go. Yeah, okay. We've decided it now. The DNC rigged the election because they didn't want Bernie to win, because they knew that America's first-born in poverty president... I'm speaking in generalities here. There's probably been at least a few presidents who experienced poverty at some points in their life, right? I mean, going all the way back to the 18th century, I mean, I'm sure you can find some examples of, like, poor people who worked their way up through the military and then, like, you know, distinguished themselves in that way. There might be some. Yeah, what about Lincoln? Was Lincoln poor? It said he grew up a member of a poor family in Kentucky and Indiana. Never mind, the system works. We live in a meritocracy. We're good. Don't question the system. Getting our triumph of the will here with the big swooping camera shots. Abe Lincoln was like superhuman. Are they just walking in circles? Well, he was very tall. Grant was also kind of poor, like lower middle class. See, I don't know who these guys are. These guys aren't military. They're too old. Also, they don't look military at all. Some of these guys are squeezed into these outfits. They hold... Wait, these are the Beefeaters? They are in the military? I thought the Beefeaters were the other guys. When I looked at the Beefeaters before, I thought they were all young men. These are the older guys. Oh, I guess I just... Okay, I guess I just... All right. Well, then they're not... They're the oldest military unit? Okay, well, these are clearly officers. They don't even look like military officers. I don't know. Beefeaters requires 22 years of service. Gotcha. Are these bows? No way. These are fucking... Those are... Those are fucking longbowmen. Fucking Archer's Company here. Jesus Christ. Very important for taking out infantry. Yes, of course. The Royal Longbowman Unit. How long ago should the Royal Longbowman Unit have been disbanded? My god. Okay. Shall we go further back? Where's the, like, Greek Fire Brigade or something? How far... Where... The longbowmen have been around since what? I don't know, what, the 1400s or something? Yeah, like, if we go back further than that, like, where's the guys with, like, hatchets? I think they fought in Iraq. I don't think they used their bows in Iraq. Are they gonna shoot the Queen's casket with flaming arrows, please, Vosh? Oh, fuck, wait, holy shit. Are we gonna get a Viking funeral? Nah, that's too based. Too based for them. Sort of float her coffin in a little pond as they fire incendiary. How do you guys feel about like a modern Viking funeral, where they send the coffin off on a little raft, and then like a bunch of dudes with SA-80s with incendiary ammunition, like 80 of them line up along the coast, and just like the night is just lit up for a few minutes as they incinerate it from a distance. I think that's good, you know? They drone strike it, yeah. You could go with a bunch of shit, dude. You could use like light artillery to fire incendiary rounds at it. You could just use a flamethrower. Flamethrowers shoot like 100 feet, you know? Like you could just you could literally just like kick it off into the water and have like the fire, like the flamethrower brigade just launch plumes of napalm at it, you know? People be cremated in a fusion bomb? Yeah, of course, naturally. Napalm burns in water? Good, then it'll keep burning after it sinks. Okay, I guess we're just going in circles, just like my rambling. Who are these? Royal bookkeepers? Don't they look like librarians? That's not an insult, I'm genuinely asking. Just royal staff? Okay, just royal staff, I guess. Vosh, I'm fucking retarded. It was an Apache longbow that was in Iraq. You fucking idiot, dude. I love you. You're fucking great. I actually heard that the British deployed longbows in Iraq, you know? Fuck yeah, dude. This is, I mean, what is an attack helicopter if not just the modern iteration of a longbow? Just going in circles. Wait, was somebody on their phone in there? Oh, okay, I thought, okay. How fucking rad would it be, though, if, like, the kid that was looking out the window was on his phone, just looking down, and you could just see, like, I don't know, Fortnite skin previews on his iPhone. He's literally 9. Yeah, Fortnite skin previews. I'm pretty sure that's Prince George. Yeah, Fortnite skin previews. Making TikToks. Does anyone know what I say when I say that TikTok of the like Zoomer doing that, like, I think this was back when it was Musical.ly, but it was the "Don't you give up, nah nah nah," and his like dying grandpa who was 1,000,000 years old was behind him or something. Prince George doing that at Lizzie's funeral. Can anyone link that? Does anyone know? This is like this was before it was even called TikTok, I think. It was This, ah, yeah, this one.
Don't you give up, nah, nah, nah. I won't give up, nah, nah, nah. Let me love you.
With or was this Vine? No, it's too long for Vine. This was Musically. Yeah, it says down here in the bottom right. I would just, yeah, George doing that with Lizzie's rotting body in the background. Phenomenal. We're doomed as a species. Nah, kids, like, young people or whatever, have always been total fucking retards. The problem is that nowadays they're given phones and they can record it. Just keep that in mind. Like, whenever you see kids, like, posting stupid shit online, like, you were that dumb when you were that age. You just probably didn't have a phone. You know? Yeah. Which is good. I'm really fucking glad I didn't have a smartphone when I was 10. Like, holy shit. I genuinely think, like, good parenting is keeping your kid off the internet until they're at least, like, 11 or 12 or something. Even that, like, fuck, man, I don't want my kids on the internet until they're, like, 30. You know? But, like, realistically, like, by the time they're old enough to get into middle school, like, they're gonna, like, everyone they know is gonna be immersed in online culture, so you can't really keep it from them. They'll just resent you for trying to keep it away from them. But, like, at the very least, please do not give your, like, 5-year-olds a smartphone or an iPad or something. Holy shit. Like, take them outside or something. I don't know. Just do something. Yeah. Kids that age aren't old enough to understand that there are, like, benefits to not just, like, doing the dopamine drip feed. What the fuck is the point of bringing out all these swords if not one of them is going to duel? Wouldn't it have been so much cooler if the British weren't, like, a fundamentally stuffy people, and, like, the royal rules for a funeral service for a head, you know, for the monarch, involved, like, some festivities, you know? Like we're a fucking Mongol tribe or something. Like, imagine if they had a bunch of guys in silly hats who had to juggle on unicycles or some shit. Or, like, you had guys with, like, paddle staves, like, standing on top of a beam, knocking each other into, like, a pool of water or some shit like that. Or people, like, axe throwing or whatever. Like, fuck yeah, dude. If you're gonna, like, go into festivities, at least, like, make it fun, you know? Some mud wrestling? Fuck yeah, do some mud wrestling. The great thing is, like, if the royal rules for, the death of a monarch was, like, 2 big titty chicks have to mud wrestle and they're naked, I bet you they could get that on the BBC with no censors, because it would be like what is like the British rules for, like, broadcasting standards next to the royal tradition, right? Like, I bet they'd be like, you know, oh, well, if you censored this, you're actually censoring the funeral, so, and then they would just have those giant fucking titties swinging around everywhere. This would, of course, this would be if England was a real country, which it's not. It's a fake country. England is nothing more than a Norman deception. It's a product of Norman imperialism. Real Anglo culture, preserved only in fragments with the Welsh. Not represented. You can show titties on TV after 9 p.m. here anyway. Oh, really? Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, I forgot the United States is, like, particularly pathologic. When it comes to our censorship standards. Like, you can go on Sweden, and there'll just be, like, tits out or whatever. The Welsh are Gaelic, not Anglo-Saxon? Oh, okay, never mind. Whatever. The Gaelic people are better than the Anglos anyway. We have mainstream movies with full frontal here in Europe. Well, yeah, you know, because, like, and, like, let's be real here. The idea that having bare tits on TV is going to in any way negatively affect the youth of your country is entirely a product of, like, insane American evangelical bias. There's absolutely no, like, absolutely, like, the standards we have, where you can just blood and violence everywhere, But like tits is like NC-17, like XXX, blah, blah. Like, obviously, that's completely fucking retarded. Like, there's literally no justification at all. It's completely insane. It's fully insane. Vosh evangelism started in England. Yeah, but I feel like we've done it a lot worse. Here in the UK, we're not allowed to show erections. Do you think we're allowed to show erections here in the United States? I think our sauna culture helps here a lot. Actually, that might be a good explanation. Maybe colder countries where saunas are more common, people are more chill about nudity. Because, like, back when you all lived in villages or whatever, like, in order to not freeze to death, you would just have, like, the sauna house, and people just got used to seeing each other naked. But America's mostly, like, temperate, so, I don't know. People use saunas to not freeze. Yeah, aren't I right? Yeah, right? Like in northern, like Finland or whatever, like the sauna house, like historically, like there'd literally be a house where you'd have like heated rocks that you would like drop into water to keep like one little building really, really warm, and it would just be kind of like something to like kind of like a necessity, basically. Yeah, for medicinal purposes as well. People would give birth in saunas, yeah. It was, yeah, like a community spot, basically. And saunas are cool, by the way. They're like pretty healthy, right? Like, you shouldn't dry yourself out in there, but like, going to a sauna every once and again is kind of like a massage. It's just sort of like a body, I don't know, like sort of knock your body, you know, give it a little kick, you know. It helps circulation. Yeah, like a massage does. Yes, you should be properly wet at all times in a sauna. Yeah, you don't want to be dry in a sauna, right? Like the point is that steam should be coming up that should keep everything like damp, right? I kind of like these jams, that's why I haven't skipped. We're also near the end. Interesting, Red Cascadian. I hadn't heard of that. You're going to watch the second half of the state funeral? Alright, let's not get crazy now. It sounds like the Imperial March. Just very officious. Into the car it goes. So this was like... Wait, what's the other video put out by the royal family? The committal service. Oh god, there are two halves to it. Okay, well, I think we watched enough. Don't you guys think so? I think we watched enough. I feel like we have sufficiently immersed ourselves in Angloid culture, you know. I'm only going to end this as I have several times before with the changing of the guard at the Arlington National Cemetery, because I want to contrast the English you know, royal ceremony with our based in proletarian military ceremony here. Is this PBS? Yeah, it's PBS. Okay, so it's not DMCA. Make it stop, make it end. So I'm not inherently against anything for being tradition, right? I think that things should be kind of like evaluated on their own merits. Tradition can be fun. certainly. Like, there can be kind of, like, meaning we assign to it, and meaning is good, because meaning, like, gives weight to the things we do, and that's cool. And the changing of the guard is super, super, super ceremonial, but it's ceremony for, like, a pretty decent cause, I guess? Because, like, the ceremony is, like, meant to represent the innate formality and dignity of guarding the symbol that represents lost soldiers whose bodies were never recovered. That seems like, I don't know. Seems like something. Also, there is a remarkable amount of sort of professional consistency maintained by the people who perform this this task, which is interesting, if nothing else. This seems like the most boring job ever. I do not deny that.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? I am Sergeant Davenport of the 3rd Infantry Regiment, United States Army. Guard of Honor, Tomb of the Unknown Soldier. This ceremony that you are about to witness is the changing of the guard. In keeping with the dignity of this ceremony, it is requested that everyone remain silent and standing. Thank you.
He could definitely make a living with a voice that pays a lot better. Oh, the people who do this job are like fanatics. There's no job they want to do more than this one. You don't accidentally become a guard at the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier. You spend your your military career gunning for it by being better than everyone else. These are like the best of the best of the best of the best of the best, and it's the honor of their lives being able to do this. And I guarantee you that after they're done with this, they're set for life. Being a guard at the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier is, in terms of, like, personal prestige, is up there with being a part of, like, SEAL Team 6. They can do whatever they want. They're totally fine. Rundown of the requirements. I could, like, you can look it up if you want. The requirement for being a guard at the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier is insane. You have to do, like, dress rehearsals where they measure every metal on your uniform down to 1/64 of an inch. And if anything's off, it's like, they, like, just kill you. They just shoot you right there. It's insane. The whole thing is insane. These guys are insane. Everything about this is insane. You can't deny these guys all look the exact same, though. Well, the point of the uniform is depersonalization. The idea is that they aren't people. They're just guards of the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier. There was a guy who dropped the rifle, right? Yeah, I mean, they've been doing this for decades. The changing of the guard happens non-stop. They've continued to perform this service in the middle of hurricanes. There have been mistakes made, but, like, overall, the ceremonial integrity of these guys have been maintained to a pretty incredible degree. Especially because, unlike your stupid fucking British Queen ceremony, this one's open to the public. This doesn't just happen for the benefit of a group of, like, aristocrats, royals, and pedophiles who come down. Anyone can show up and watch this, which does kind of heighten the stakes a bit. I mean, it's happening all the time, like 3 times a day or more. The USS State funerals too. I know. I'm just distinguishing the ceremony. I know the USS State funerals. Have you seen what happens when someone interrupts? Yeah, they get shouted at. Imagine if our soldiers move like this in real combat situations. Yeah, I feel like this might be sort of, tactically disadvantageous.
Forward!
Are they always white? I don't think being white is a job requirement. I am sure there is some degree of at least implicit racial bias when it comes to the selection of their elite soldiers. But I do not believe that's listed on the requirement. Why are they still using the M1 Garand? This is a ceremonial role. They are not using these guns. Tomb guards may not drink any alcohol on or off duty for the rest of their lives. Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff like that. They can't curse either, I don't think. They're not allowed to curse. Oh, the M14, not the M1 Garand, yeah. Either way, a ceremonial rifle. They're not exactly out there fighting. You know this is not a voluntary job, right? Yes, it is. All jobs are voluntary. And all you have to do to not be a guard of the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier is fuck up anything ever at any point in your life.
Present.
All you have to do is make any mistake at any point, and and you're out. So what you're saying is they're guarding it with inferior technology? They do have service pistols. I believe they're 6 hours.
Hey! Pass on your orders. Hold and order. Remain as directed. Order.
Yeah, here we go. Their pistols are more serviceable. M17 Tomb of the Unknown Soldier pistols, produced only for these guys. 3rd U.S. Infantry Regiment. Striker-fired pistol with the non-rail aluminum grip module, stainless steel slide, wood grip inserts, like as God intended. A 21-round magazine, and the same optic cut by the amateur's contract. Pistols high polished to withstand the inclement weather while the Tomb Sentinels stand guard. And I think, like, the guns are made... Yeah, there's, like, a bunch of, like, ceremonial shit. Each of the 4 pistols bear the name of Silence, Respect, Dignity, or Perseverance, because there are only 4 pistols, right? Because there's the guard, and then the next guard, so there only need to be 2... Like, yeah, and then, like, the couple others or whatever. Custom wooden grips. In 1921, the Chosen Unknown was transported to the U.S. Aboard the USS Olympia. The custom wood grips are made with wood from the USS Olympia and include the crest of the 3rd Guard, Tomb of the Unknown Soldier Identification Badge insert. XXI caulking inserations are engraved on the side to signify the 21 steps it takes for the Tomb Sentinels to walk by the tomb. Yeah, it's 21 steps back and forth. No more, no less. 21 gun salute. Like, the 21 steps they make back and forth is meant to be a representation of the 21 gun salute you do to honor a soldier being laid to rest. So they're doing that all the time for them. Why is it 21 gun salute? Old tradition. I don't know why it's 21 gun salute. Same with the 21 round magazines. Aluminum base plate engraved with the names of Greek figures included in the Tomb of the Unknown. And then the serial number is full of meaning, and you see 21 a bunch over. Yeah. Personally, I would have preferred if these were 1911s, because 1911s are, like, the most quintessentially American pistol in existence. So I feel like that would have been a bit more, a bit more iconic, but, whatever. So this isn't insane to you? Well, it is insane, but I don't mind the ceremony that much, because this isn't an authoritarian ceremony. These guys are dressed up to the nines to, like, honor the dead. This isn't being done to honor any living official. It's not being done to defend the Constitution, the United States of America, the president, or the military. They're not doing this outside the Pentagon to defend the Pentagon, It's not like Buckingham Palace, where you have the hat guys doing their change of the guard to represent their defense of the monarchy. In this case, they're just celebrating the honored dead. Which, again, ceremony being what ceremony is, not exactly a necessary... ceremony, but it's I don't know.
Go. Ready. Hey. Present.
Springfield 14s and M1 Garand's. Okay, they use both. And they have clicky boots, or clicky shoes.
That feels like that's the actual intended reason for the ceremony, but it just feels like jerking off the military. Maybe this could just be my bias, but when I see this, I just don't really think of the military that much. Just everything about this this ceremony doesn't really it doesn't feel like worship of the military to me. It's obviously a military tradition, but it doesn't seem like the feeling to me. How though? They're literally soldiers. Oh god. Okay, just because it's a military ceremony for the military dead doesn't mean that it's jerking off the military. A ceremony that jerks off the military would be like, the point of it would be about like the military, but this is about honoring the dead. You know, there's an implicit apology in this ceremony. You realize that, right? Like, the idea is that if you die at war, if you're like sort of ceremonially commemorated at the tomb of the unknown soldier, like you're like a lost child of the United States. Like, you know, you were left, and this is like in perpetual honor of those people. When I think of jerking off the military or whatever, I think of like military parades, which are about celebrating strength, or like the idea like our military best. But there's nothing really American exceptionalist about this, like at all, actually. Again, like, it is an American military ceremony, but the ceremony's point isn't really like we're the strongest, we're the best, you know? Yeah, it seems kind of like an implicit eternal apology to those to those who, you know, who weren't able to be recovered, I guess, you know? It's kind of like the way like Veterans Day in theory isn't really like a jerking off the military day. It's more like, hey, sorry you have PTSD and are missing an arm kind of thing. Why is it an apology? Because they're the unknown soldier. Because they weren't brought back. I could absolutely see this ceremony still being done in socialist America. Oh, of course it would. Absolutely, yeah. I don't think this is inherently like a capitalist ritual at all. I don't think there's any relationship between this and capitalism. This could be done by any economic system could facilitate a ceremony like this. It's a cult of sacrifice? No, I disagree with that. Because the point of a cult of sacrifice would be honor the dead and honor the glory their death brought them. But the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier isn't about venerating the sacrifice. It's only about honoring the dead. There's no like, they died, we should all seek to replicate their you know, their zealotry or their zealousness, you know. It's just they're dead and we honor them. You know, it's sullen. It's not jingoistic or bombastic. It's quiet. It's deliberately quiet. You don't talk when you're around. The only time they talk here at the is at the changing of the guard, and when they talk, it is to ask people to not talk. It's like a mourning ceremony. M-O-U-R-N, not morning like beginning of the day. Yeah. I think that just the main thing that distinguishes it to me is that there's nothing really supremacist about the ceremony. The robotic movements of the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier guards are just meant to be like an expression of the dedication and commitment that it takes to bear the responsibility of honoring their dead. If it was more about like military strength, they wouldn't be walking around with rifles that were outdated 60 years ago. How often do they switch out? Isn't it like every 8 hours? So 3 times a day, I think? But what's respect for if they're dead? Isn't this a bit LARPy, honest? Well, it's ceremonial. I don't really think you can say it's LARPy, because, I mean, they're not making a pretense at, like, sort of military effectiveness here. Like, they're not, they're not, like, acting like they're doing combat drills or whatever. But as for the like the importance of celebrating the dead, I mean, it might be irrational, I guess, in like a utilitarian sense, but I think we just kind of have to own up to the fact that all humans in all points of history in all cultures honor the dead. You know what I mean?
Like we can't really escape that, can we? Like, everyone does that. In some fashion or another, like, every culture has done that all the time forever. It's basically just an inherent part of being human, it seems. So, you know, if we're going to do it, you know, glitz it up, whatever. Even in UK, they honor the death of the Queen. Yes, they did that. But I do think there's a difference between a ceremony to honor the death of a monarch in an ostensibly democratic country and honoring the death of anonymous soldiers, you know, and that's it. Because, you know what I mean, right? Like, you guys know for a fact that, like, if you could get Donald Trump to redesign the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier, it would be like the tomb of the great MAGA Americans who died making the world great, spread democracy, etc., right? Like, there would be, like, if you could get like a nationalist to go over the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier, it would not be designed the way it is. It would be more jingoist and American exceptionalist. Yeah, every country has their variant of the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier. Yeah, the UK has the Unknown Warrior. I still think we have the coolest ceremony, though. In my opinion. Well. In defense of Britain, we have a similar thing during Remembrance Sunday where we remember our dead. The only reason I showed that ceremony is because I wanted to indicate that my opposition is not to ceremonies in and of themselves, but rather the ways in which the ceremony took place with the Queen in terms of its form and its function, and its implications. I find the implications of the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier to actually be quite positive. It seems like one of the very few parts of our, like, military industrial complex and culture that aren't cynical. You know what I mean? Like, 99.9% of it is just irredeemable garbage, but, like, yeah, we have, like, a century-old tradition where guys pretend to be robots as they honor the anonymous dead. Sure. You really do that? You do that without any weird American exceptionalism or any military bravado outside the actual ritual? Oh yeah, we just walk 21 steps back and forth for 8 hours, and then some guy shouts for people to be quiet, and then another guy comes and does the same thing. Okay. It's not cynical. It just seems like a very straightforward, very earnest ritual. Let me pee and then we'll do politics. Ah! Woo! Woo! Oh. All right. No, Ryan. Ryan just texted me. Ryan, we are not putting that on the main channel. Give me a second. Okay, Mexico earthquake. How are we doing? Tsunami warning. Fuck. Also, wait, what about that Japan typhoon? 9 million people told to evacuate in Japan? It was only 2 million yesterday. Huge waves in Kochi Prefecture, Western Japan. 9 million have been told to evacuate. Japan is battered by one of the worst typhoons the country has ever seen. Oh, great fucking trajectory, Mother Earth. Thanks for that one. Holy shit. Carefully lining up the fucking,
line-targeted skill shot in League of Legends to maximize the number of creeps I get. Jesus Christ. Nanmadol has been categorized as a super typhoon by the U.S. Joint Typhoon Warning Center, a term that applies to storms with sustained wind speeds of 150 miles per hour or more. It's the equivalent of a Category 4 or 5 hurricane. Scientists have predicted a very active hurricane season this year. Oh, really? Oh, La Nina. Yeah. Warmer sea surface temperatures in the Atlantic and Caribbean as a result of climate change may also have an impact. The intergovernmental plans. A level 5 alert, the highest in Japan's disaster warning scale, has been issued for more than 500,000 people in the Kagoshima, Miyazaki, Oita, Kumamoto, and Yamaguchi areas. Fuck, dude. And Mexico. A 7.6 magnitude earthquake has struck off the southwestern coast of Mexico in Michoacan. I probably fucked that up. State. According to U.S. Geological Survey, the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center said tsunami waves reaching up to 3 meters could hit Mexico. Initial tsunami waves have likely already occurred in coastal locations such as Manzanillo and Acapulco, could strike tourist. Tsunami waves less than 0.3 meters. Okay, well, that seems a bit more manageable. Could also occur. I say that, but, like, keep in mind, a tsunami isn't a wave. A tsunami is just, for a while, the ocean is that taller. Just keep that in mind. So it's like, this is 1 foot tall. Like, a wave 1 foot tall is nothing. The sea level rising by a foot out of nowhere all of a sudden is something. 3 meters is plenty. Isn't that a flooding? Well, tsunamis cause flooding. Michoacan. Gotcha, Michoacan. Did it happen off the coast? Yep. Right off the southwestern coast of Mexico. Yeah, keep in mind, like, the kinetic force of a wall of water 1 foot tall moving across a city street is sufficient to do overwhelming infrastructural damage. Like, a foot of water that is kilometers deep, like kilometers far back or whatever, it's a water wall. It's a water hammer that doesn't count as a wave. No, because a wave's just a wave. It's only for a bit. It's just a peak. It peaks at that height rather than having it sustained. Right off the coast, then. 23 miles southeast of Aquila, Mexico. Okay. Even 6 inches of water is enough to sweep cars off the street. Imagine what twice that can do to you. Yeah, 100%, yeah. Five biggest tsunamis caught on camera? No. No. That's fine. A tsunami says a tsunami is a series of waves. Yeah, but can't it go on for like a really long time, effectively just maintaining a higher sea level for a while? Series of waves in water, large displacement of water. Unlike normal ocean waves, a tsunami is generated by the displacement of water from a large event. Tsunami waves do not resemble normal undersea currents or sea waves because their wavelength is far longer. Rather than appearing as a breaking wave, it may initially resemble a rapidly rising tide. I was right. For this reason, it's often referred to as a tidal wave, although this usage is not favored by the scientific community. Tsunamis generally consist of a series of waves with periods ranging from minutes to hours. Yeah, I was right. Why are people getting fucking mad at me? Yeah. Fuck. Ugh, God. This is a tsunami from the 2011 Japanese tsunami. boats. I could be wrong on this, but I think depending on the conditions, a boat can be a safe place to be if you're far enough away from the coast in a tsunami, but it totally depends on the type of tsunami. Because I think depending on how the water rises, like, you can either just basically, like, slowly rise up totally fine, or depending on how it sort of shapes, it can just sort of hit you with like a wall, you know? Personally, I would rather be on a boat than on land during a tsunami. Jesus Christ. All these zero punctuation videos. Oh, fuck. This is also from the Japanese tsunami.
All across.
Wait, Nat Geo, are you gonna cuck me? You're gonna cuck me, aren't you? You'll totally cuck me, Nat Geo. 100%. This was the video that I was linked earlier. Thailand. I just didn't want to see people getting hurt. How does one make the sea just temporarily rise by a given amount? Earthquakes. Earthquakes are generally the way that happens. A lot of fault lines run under the water. So when an earthquake happens, it's because like fault lines are resettling or agitating against each other. And if you're on land when an earthquake happens, even if you're like basically at the fault line, like the ground moving a few inches around you doesn't feel like that much. But at the bottom of the ocean, a tectonic plate moving represents a displacement of like quadrillions of gallons of water, you know? Like even a tiny amount of movement for a fault line or a tectonic plate underwater represents like a shift of like literal oceans. Like the ocean moves. Oh, I don't want to see people get hurt.
Yeah.
That guy's fucking dead. Yeah. That guy's dead as shit. Yeah, we looked at Puerto Rico the other day, Quoteth. We took a look at it. It's, fuck, dude. Where's this? This is Puerto Rico. Fucking Waterworld is happening live. Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, Pakistan is already underwater. Now you have Puerto Rico, Mexico, and Japan. Like, all at once. Like, all within a fucking week. Basically. 6.8 Taiwan. Kills 1, topples 3-story building. Yeah, that's pretty bad. Time to move away from the coast. I actually feel pretty safe in Seattle. I feel like Seattle's a pretty good place to ride out, like, the end times. I don't know. You don't know about the Cascadia Fault? I'm operating entirely on vibes right now. I don't really care about reality. I'll tell you about my vibes. Okay, here's my thinking, alright? Are you ready for it? This is entirely a vibes-based. Hold on. We're doing this, then we're talking about Iran. Wait, can I not open that? What file type is this? GIF? Why the fuck is this a GIF? Why do they do that? Why would you save a still image as a GIF? What kind of fucking weird... Okay, here. Studio Paint. Imagine GIFing and not yiffing. Okay. So here's my defensive plan. Are you guys ready for it? Wow, this is the shittiest map I've ever seen in my life. That's so bad. I have to find a better map, I'm sorry. I know what it is. No, you don't. It's literally just like a low resolution map. It's not really anything interesting about it. Tools, size, large. Enhanced map. I fucking love enhanced maps. Wow. That's crazy. Okay, there we go. Okay, here we go. So here's the battle plan, guys. Okay? First of all, does Seattle have to worry about earthquakes? The answer is no, because earthquakes aren't real. You can't see them. You can't smell them. Nobody's ever tasted an earthquake. It's not real. So now we have to worry about other stuff, okay? So here's Washington. So as you all know, the scary Pacific Ocean with its big tidal waves and shit are out over here, okay? But we're actually in a bay. So in order for the tidal wave to hit us, it would have to go across the land, which ain't happening, in large part because of this giant fucking mountain range blocking us off, okay? Or it would have to go all the way through the bay, past Port Townsend, where there's a Vaushite mayor, all the way down Puget Sound, and then here. And that's also probably not happening, because that'd be, like, super dumb. I don't think that's going to happen, okay? So, we're basically completely safe. All the waters here are calm, all right? But, on the off chance that it does get bad over there, okay? Here's the Seattle, all right? Okay? And here's the benefit, all right? So, basically, the part of Seattle that's going to get fucked, all right, is downtown, where the losers are, okay? You losers all die. Perish. Goodbye. But everyone else is fine. Because, like, most of Seattle is actually pretty hilly. So it's, like, really, like, pretty high up. We're good. And that's why we're safe. I'd strongly suggest you look up the Anchorage tsunami, but looking it up would make me sad. Therefore, I'm not going to. Idiot. Why would I do that? Nice try. Yeah, simply turn the screen off. That's my secret to a healthy living, okay? Whenever I'm about to be presented information that might make me unhappy, I simply turn my computer off. I just hit the power button over here on the right. Just slam my hand down, and instantly I'm protected. Did I say I was going to go over Iran? What if I lied to you? Why is Twitter not loading for me? Okay. I've talked about something called American diabolism a lot on my stream recently, which is a tendency I think leftists tend to demonstrate, where they recognize correctly that America is an evil institution produced by Satan. So from that, they sort of infer incorrectly that America being bad must be like the fundamental tenet of morality around which like the universe revolves. So everything has to be America's fault no matter what. I think this form of analysis is really bad. I think it was probably most like effectively demonstrated on my channel when I had a debate with a tanky back in 2020 while I was playing Alien Isolation on a late night stream. And I distinctly remember in that debate, he was arguing that Stalin only sent gays to gulags because American imperialism was putting political pressure on him from afar, and he had no choice but to do that. Or something like that. Which I think at that point, if that's the level of analysis that you're engaging in, if that's like how you're approaching this particular topic, yeah, I feel to put it lightly, I think your analysis might be faltering somewhat. Okay, so enter spineless bitch baby Michael Tracy, right? Michael Tracy is a guy, I think. I talked to him once. He's enormously spineless. His main job, essentially, is to pull people to the right and try to find ways to make left-leaning people think moving right is like the cool thing to do. I had a debate with him, and in the debate, he was like in every sense, this guy's reactionary. Like Buddy Buddy, Tulsi Gabbard, Tucker Carlson. He like would not answer whether he thought trans women were women, and he was arguing that Black Lives Matter was bad, not because it was politically bad, but because it was hypocritical for left-leaning people to support those protests back during COVID lockdowns. But his real position is that he hates trans people and he hates black people. That's his actual position. But his job, and I think he's just a pure grifter. Like, I don't think he believes in anything really. But his job is just like to serve right-wing interests, okay? This is about the United States caused the Holocaust take, right? How did you know? Based NAFO warrior, whoever the fuck this is, it doesn't even follow me, never mind not based, has compiled a short list of tweets that Michael Tracy has. It's actually quite a bit more than this. Like way more than this. I think it's actually like twice as many, because this was compiled yeah, yesterday, but he's here's 29 minutes ago. He's still going on, and 2 hours ago, 3 hours ago, yeah. So he's been going on it for a bit, you know? It's an interesting take that he has right here. Essentially, he's arguing that the U.S. is responsible for the Holocaust. Now, he's not actually saying that. The thing that he's explicitly saying, as a spineless person does, is everything you could do to imply that point without directly stating it. So I'm not going to read through all these because I don't hate myself. But if you want to, his basic argument is like, how can I defend the Axis powers without defending the Axis powers? So if you look through it, you can find actually the Nazi Germany only committed to the execution of all Jewish people after 1941 when America got involved in the war. You have here like a Pearl Harbor apologism about how like actually America bad. You know, how like we were the aggressors, how the Lend-Lease policy was like an implement of American dishonesty. Here, when Hitler declared war on the U.S. on December 11th, 41, he cited his justification of 3 incidents. So essentially, he's saying like Hitler was like America like made Hitler declare war on us. And he's going on to like attack the Dresden bombings. Like, look, the indiscriminate US-UK bombing campaign that destroyed dozens of German cities, killed hundreds of thousands of civilians, you know. He goes on about the Holocaust. Is there like another one here with the Holocaust stuff specifically? Or was this like a separate... there's a lot here, actually, if you go through it. And there's even more. I mean, if you look at his profile now, I mean, he's still arguing about it right now. Like, look, are you still using Richard Evans, your go-to source in the U.S. and Jews being responsible for the Holocaust, even though he makes the opposite case in the section you quoted? To which he says, I'm going to move on from this topic now, but to give you an indication for how demented the reaction was, here's someone psychotically, oh my God. I'm so sorry. I thought he was going to say psychologically, so I was doing a break at the O. Yep, sorry. Massive brain fart there. Hallucinating, I made the assertion the Jews were responsible for the Holocaust, nonstop deluge of this crap. The specific tweets that I saw that were about the... There's wide consensus that the final solution phase of the Holocaust was operationally initiated in December 1941 after the U.S. entered the war. Jews had not been treated nice for some time. That's the understatement of the century, you know? How do we summarize the position of the Jewish people in October 1941? Well, they weren't being treated nicely, but it was only after U.S. entry they were subject to industrial-scale extermination. This is, of course, Holocaust denial. Obviously, unambiguously, it's Holocaust denial. Did you see he told Sokdan Left that America accelerated the extermination plans by aggressing? Yes.
And the reason he's taking all these positions is because he's maintaining, to his credit, ideological consistency for the position that he actually sort of segued into this with, which was about Ukraine. Sorry to break it to you, but the Holocaust was not prevented by U.S. entry into World War II. It was upon U.S. entry in December 1941 that Hitler declared, "The world war is here, the annihilation of Jewry must be the necessary consequence," and then initiated the full-scale mass extermination. So again, this is unambiguous Holocaust denial, for which he is being appropriately roasted with relatively few people supporting him. He said that in 1939. Even if he said it right here, he would still be wrong. But did he actually say this quote in 1939? That would be a kind of a wacky mistake. Oh my God. During a speech at the Reichstag on the 30th of January, 1939, Adolf Hitler threatened the annihilation of the Jewish race in Europe in the event of war, which Hitler started in 1939. The Reichstag speech in the U.S. Holocaust Memorial Museum timeline. Neat. So yeah, I mean, I could like waste, like we could like try to debunk this, but like the stuff he's saying here is very obviously incorrect. The thing that I actually want to focus on is why he's doing it, right? So, I talked about this a little bit yesterday, but American diabolism, that is to say, the idea that American intervention and everything that we do is always morally wrong, and far-right isolationism have long kind of gone in line with each other. Fascists are no strangers to, they're not like opposed to lying for their own self-interest. I mean, Adolf Hitler literally petitioned for the support of the poor German people with like basically socialist worker reform policies, none of which he actually implemented. Obviously, he was just lying. He's not denying it. He's saying it's America's fault. That is a form of Holocaust denialism. Holocaust denialism isn't just saying that it didn't happen. It can be lying about the numbers, or it can be attempting to whitewash the way in which it took place, like saying that it only happened because of starvation, because the Allied forces bombed German train yards. And it can also be when you deny the forces that led to it. So, for example, if somebody was to say like, "Oh, I think the Holocaust happened," you know, I just think that like the Jews were the ones who did it as a way of framing Nazi Germany. That would also be Holocaust denial, even if you're saying it still happened. You know, you're serving a particular political end by not assigning blame as appropriate. Obviously, the Holocaust was going to happen no matter what, because Nazi Germany had long since, espoused genocidal rhetoric against the Jewish people. The basic argument that Michael Tracey is making is that the way to prevent the Holocaust would have been to have allowed the Germans to win. Is that not the logical conclusion of what he's saying? Because he's essentially saying the Germans only kicked the Holocaust off because like we intervened to like stop them. So the natural, like the only logical conclusion to that argument is, well, we should have just let the Nazis win. Then they wouldn't have done the Holocaust. A phenomenally big-brained, alt history timeline explanation, if ever I heard one. Fantastic stuff. But the reason that he's going into this is because it plays into the logic of his support for Russia. Now, much in the same way that Michael Tracey does not directly support Russia, but rather says that NATO involvement in East Europe is what prompted Russia to do what it does, and we're treating Ukraine like a proxy war, you know? Wait, he's a tanky? He's a fascist, and tankies are fascists. So, yes. He's even talking about Ukraine in this selection of tweets, I think, which are far from the only tweets he made on the subject. Oh, look, he's even arguing about how the anti-interventionist groups during World War II in America weren't largely fascist, which they were. Isolationists in America during World War II were mostly Hitlerites who were interested in keeping America from getting themselves involved. I swear to God, I just saw Ukraine in this while I was sweeping over it. Oh, there. Every 5 seconds, somebody analogizes the current Ukraine situation to World War II as a justification for interventionist U.S. policy measures, such as Biden's newly revived version of Lend-Lease.
but for some reason that particular info doesn't get included in the analogy. This is the comparison he's making. He's essentially saying America should not have intervened in World War II because then the Nazis wouldn't have done the Holocaust. Likewise, we shouldn't be intervening in Russia's invasion of Ukraine because our presence there is making things worse for the Ukrainians. This is a common tactic for Russian fascists, the argument that us trying to keep them from genociding people is just making them genocide harder. It's the same argument that he made with the Nazis. The reason I really like Michael Tracey going mask off on this is because it makes it clear that the people who are arguing that our involvement in Ukraine is worsening the situation are the same ones who would have been saying, don't go to war with Nazi Germany. That's Europe's business. And us getting involved would probably only make things worse for the Jews anyway. Though Michael Tracey back in 1939 probably would have been able to just openly say that Hitler was right to kill the Jews, right? Back in those days, it was more socially acceptable. So he would have been one of those like America First isolationists back then, and he would have just been able to openly say like, well, of course they're going to kill the Jews. Obviously, how else will they get revenge for what happened to them in World War I? But, and then sort of go on and how it's Europe's war and not our business to get involved. I hope I'm getting this across. Does everyone understand here that this is like a direct ideological parallel made clearer than it normally is? That this is a much more overt. Do you understand what I mean? It's way more. Because that's it, isn't it? Really, And as Ukraine's forces march further eastward and we see more and more mass graves and slaughters, which we did, by the way, the big rout that Ukraine conducted about a week ago has revealed more mass graves, more torture chambers where Ukrainian civilians were brought, tortured, killed, probably raped, no doubt, before being buried in mass graves. Because in terms of like the national character, modern day Russians are the Nazis. They are motivated by similar imperial interests. They are ruthlessly bigoted, and ethnic supremacy over the conquered is the like kind of predominant ideological drive of their behavior, as evidenced by anything their media says. Like, you go look at Russian state media and they're talking about how Ukraine isn't a real country, the Ukrainians aren't real people. Lenin made a mistake by giving Ukraine like autonomy. Ukraine has no actual national culture. Essentially, it's the language of genocidal supremacy, just sort of filtered through a 21st century lens. We all engage in euphemistic language more often than we used to. 100 years ago, they would have been streaming in, calling their the people they were killing subhumans, and to an extent they still do, right? To an extent they still do. It has been known for Russians to refer to Ukrainians as subhuman. That is a thing that has happened at times, a couple times. And I think stuff like this makes it abundantly clear, like, where that comes from. It's like, well, where are these people? Like, why are they insisting that America and NATO are exacerbating the conflict? So let's listen to this guy who's claiming that America made the Holocaust worse by daring to intervene in World War II, and how actually, it was our fault that Hitler declared war on us, even though the only reason Hitler declared war on us is because he was an ally of Japan, and Japan attacked us. So they declared war on us. That's the actual reason Germany declared war on us, by the way. It's because they were military allies with Japan, and Japan Pearl Harbored us because they were mad we weren't giving them more oil, and they needed that oil to kill and rape like millions of Chinese people. That's the reason why. In World War II, we were the good guys. Not exactly a common experience for, Americans in like military history, but we were. That doesn't mean that every single thing we did was good. It wasn't. But we were the good guys. We were on the positive side of things, But in their defense of Russian fascism, people like Michael Tracey have to critique the idea that there ever was such a thing as a good American military intervention, you see? Because sensible people recognize the parallels, that Russia and Germany were both monstrous imperialist forces trying to ethnically displace, conquer, or slaughter people near them, and that our intervention, directly in World War II and indirectly through arms deals today, is stopping that. But people like Michael Tracey are on the side of Hitler, of course. They're on the side of Putin. So
nowadays, you know, as it was back then, it's not very politically effective to just go in the middle of Times Square and scream, I am in support of Hitler, comma, I am in support of Putin. We must support them in their war to exterminate the Ukrainian, Polish, Jewish, whatever people. That's not very politically effective. It is with some groups, but not with most. So instead, it's way more effective to do stuff like this. Muddle the timeline. Lie about history. Oh, I don't support Hitler. I just don't think it's our business to get involved in the war. It's all the way over in Europe. And also, our involvement would maybe only make things worse. And also, aren't we a little bit responsible for this monstrous thing that happened? Same with the situation in Ukraine, you know? Oh, I don't support Russian invasion. I just think that all of this was prompted by NATO intervention when NATO, you know, aggressively and imperialistically politely told Ukraine that they would be willing to hear out their application to NATO in the future. Russia had no choice but to invade following that. They were doing so defensively, you know? Is there not a clearer parallel? I think this is as one-to-one as it gets, frankly. I can't imagine a more like direct ideological link between these two sort of political forces, like these sources of advocacy. It seems very, very, very direct to me. So I appreciate Michael Tracy's effort to give us that history lesson. For what it's worth, though, like these tweets go through to September 14th down here. Michael Tracy seems to have dedicated the past half week to Holocaust denialism and World War II revisionism in an effort to, and look, when he's not talking about that, he's talking about Ukraine. Isn't that interesting? Here he's talking about World War II. Here he's talking about World War II and Hitler. Oh, we saw this one in the big compilation here, where he's actually saying that when Hitler declared war on the United States, we had prompted it with our aggressive behavior beforehand. World War II. Here's him arguing that socialists, progressives, communists, and anarchists were organizing the anti-war movement during the World War II period. Considering the fact that the socialists, progressives, communists, and anarchists were currently getting shot in the back of the head and gassed in Germany, I can tell you with great confidence that actually there was a good deal of left-leaning support. You know, considering the fact that the Soviet Union would go to war against Nazi Germany, and the Soviet Union represented the bulk of leftist sentiment at the time. You know, I think they were quite fond. You can look, America First, World War II. The America First Committee was the foremost United States isolationist pressure group against American entry into World War II. In September 1940, when it launched, it surpassed 800,000 members. The America First Committee principally supported isolationism for its own sake, and its coalition included many Midwesterners, Republicans, conservatives, socialist students, and leading industrialists. But it was controversial for the anti-Semitic and pro-fascist views of some of its most prominent speakers, leaders, and members. Oh, where have I seen that before? An organization which claims to be that claims to be principally anti-imperialist, that leads in socialists and student groups, but is actually ideologically fascist and led around by fascists. The AFC was dissolved 4 days after the attack on Pearl Harbor because it's actually quite dangerous to be a member of the AFC after we've already gotten the war machine, brought together. Listen to this. The AFC argued no foreign power could successfully attack a strongly defended United States, that a British defeat by Nazi Germany would not imperil American national security, and that giving military aid to Britain would risk dragging the United States into the war. So these are nonsensical claims to begin with. So not only are they isolationist, but they want us to drop our military alliance with Britain? That we'd had for 100 years? Oh, they get conquered, oops, whoops? It doesn't make any sense. Why would you do that? Unless you agreed with the Nazis. The group fervently opposed measures for the British advance by Franklin D. Roosevelt, such as the Lend-Lease Bill, Destroyers for Bases deal, but failed in its efforts to block them.
The AFC was founded by Yale University student Douglas Stewart Jr. and headed by Robert E. Wood, a retired U.S. Army general who was chairman of Sears, Roebuck & Co. Wow! Funded by Capital. Not just Capital, chaired by the Grand Poobah of Capital. Okay, phenomenal. Its highest profile early member was Henry Ford. No ideological parallels between him and the Nazis now. The automotive pioneer and notorious anti-Semite who resigned in controversy. Halfway through the committee's 15-month existence, aviator Charles Lindbergh joined it and became the most prominent speaker at rallies. Charles Lindbergh, now who's this fine man? In the years before the U.S. entered World War II, Lindbergh's non-interventionist stance and statements about Jews and race led some to suspect he was a Nazi sympathizer, though he never publicly stated support for the Nazis and condemned them several times in both his speeches and his personal diary. You know, he disavows. He's not pro-Nazi. He just shares their ideological values and also doesn't want the United States to intervene to defend its allies or, stop Nazi Germany. He was against provision of aid to the United Kingdom. Wow, look. He supported the anti-war America First Committee and resigned his commission in the U.S. Air Forces in April 1941 after President Roosevelt publicly rebuked him for his views. Roosevelt publicly called this guy out. Nazi sympathies and views on race. Lindbergh's anti-communism, keep in mind that Michael Tracy is trying to frame the American First Committee as some kind of like politically diverse movement, but I guess it's just headed by Nazis and anti-communists. His anti-communism resonated deeply with many Americans, while his eugenics and Nordicism enjoyed social acceptance. His speeches and writings reflected his adoption of views on race, religion, and eugenics similar to those of Nazis, and he was suspected of being a Nazi sympathizer. However, during a speech in September 1941, Lindbergh stated, "No person with a sense of the dignity of mankind can condone the persecution of the Jewish race in Germany." He disavows. You know, he condemns the persecution of the Jewish race in Germany. Just don't stop them from doing it, you know? Like, he hates that they're doing it, guys, but, like, don't do anything about it, you know? And also stop aiding the United Kingdom as they fight against the Germans. Lindbergh seemed to state he believed the survival of the white race was more important than the survival of democracy in Europe. Interesting. Conservative authoritarian, popular during the interwar period. Lindbergh developed a long-term friendship with Henry Ford, who was well known for his anti-Semitic newspaper, the Dearborn Independent. In a famous comment about Lindbergh to Detroit's former FBI field office special agent in charge of July 1940, Ford said, "When Charles come out here, we only talk about the Jews." Wow, from Henry Ford himself. Oh yeah, when me and Lindbergh hang out, like, we just talk about the Jews. Like, that's it. But Michael Tracy wants you to believe this was an apolitical, anti-interventionist coalition. Historian Susan Dunn has concluded that, though most of the America First Committee's members were probably patriotic, well-meaning, and honest in their efforts, the AFC would never be able to purge itself of the taint of anti-Semitism. It's like George Orwell said, pacifism is an enabler of fascism, and anti-pacifism is, in its proper context, anti-fascism. If a Nazi is going around gunning down blacks and Jews, and a man picks up a gun, and your move is to hold away the gun, to keep it from him, you are, in that moment, acting on the side of the fascist. It doesn't matter whether you condemn his actions or denounce him or whatever the fuck else. That is your contribution to this political effort is to enable the fascist, which is what the AFC did, which is what Michael Tracy is doing. Anyway, I just wanted a sort of political rejoinder here, a reminder that isolationism in the United States has long been promoted on the basis of an implicit support for the people and the political forces that they do not want us to intervene in. In this case today, it is Russian fascists who they want to win. Michael Tracy wants the people of Ukraine raped and killed. He wants their fingernails pried off before they're shot in the back of the head and thrown into a ditch. He wants their population culled, and he wants Russia's borders to extend all the way west to Poland's. But these things are not popular to say. It's not, politically efficacious to be that upfront about it, even though this is absolutely ideologically the thing that they want. So instead, you do everything you can to undermine any efforts taken to defend the Ukrainian people. Much in the same way that our good man over here, Charles Lindbergh, wants the preservation of the white race, is a fervent anti-communist, a fascist, an authoritarian, an anti-democrat, and seems to subscribe to many Nazi racial theories, such as Nordicism. And of course, his real belief is that he wants Nazi Germany to win in Europe, doesn't he? He wants Nazi Germany to win everywhere. He wants Nazi Germany to rule the world. That's his actual belief. But that's not politically popular, which is why he has to frame it as a kind of, principled anti-interventionism. This has been our sort of daily reminder that interventionism is not only at times beneficial, but is actually an anti-fascist necessity. In many cases, certainly now. Oh, for sure, Canon Dwarf. All right, cut that off. I'm glad you were able to understand this since AFG. AFG? What are you referring to? Biden signs bill ending statute of limitations for child sex abuse victims. Wait, really? That's actually incredible. Wait, that's actually awesome. Previously, minors who survived such abuse were able to file federal claims until they reached the age of 28 or until a decade after the violation or injury was discovered. Yeah, the problem is with the sexual abuse of children, this is shit that can get buried for an incredibly long time. Yeah, this is I'm sorry, just a second. Biden ran on the Unity ticket, but he just can't stop exposing his anti-Republican bias. There you go. Contributing to discourse. Okay. Iran rocked by protests over woman's death after dress code arrest. So, Iran is, as I understand it... Wait, what is that audio? Oh, that was from the donation. Whew, okay, thought one of these things auto-played. Wait, I'm sorry. Vosh, genuine question, what's your view on neutrality? I remember Witcher had neutrality as a theme, and the big payoff was that neutrality was just an enabler. Yeah, well, that is my point. And that was what Geralt discovered in The Witcher, right? Like, he talks a big game about staying neutral, but like the whole point of the story is that his neutrality is a farce, and he not only does he get pulled into conflict, but he's like morally obliged to take a stance because neutrality just enables evil. Like every single story with Geralt is him like trying to be neutral and then realizing he can't be this time, except this time is every time anything happens. That's every story. I've read the books, the main story and all the short stories in the first two books. Every single time he just wanders into a village like, whatever's going on here, not my problem. but it very quickly becomes his problem, and then he does the good thing. You know? Yeah. My latest video, Debate Bros helping or hurting. Oh god, not another one of these fucking 42 minutes. We have to go over this, like, in the future. We can't go over this right now. We have to do the Iran thing. Debunk later. There we go. They can't help themselves. Also, for some reason, Hassan is included in the Debate Bros. I don't know why, but okay. I don't know if he just means live streamers. It says you don't have permission to cover the video. Oh, that's tough for them. What does that mean? He's going to fraudulently DMCA strike me or something? What, is he going to take me to court? Check the description. Also, if you're Vosh, Hassan, Xander Hall, Destiny, or anyone else I spoke about who's notorious for streaming other people's content without permission, I do not give you my consent to show this video on your stream without asking in advance. I doubt it'll be shown, but I just wanted to throw that out there. My DMs are open on Twitter. You're welcome to ask. Oh, they're inviting inquiry. Okay, well then it's only polite to ask. Don't think there's anything necessarily wrong with that. Okay. We begin our brief news report with an acknowledgement of what is known worldwide as the Iranian Fun Police. You see, over here in the United States, we live in a free and fair democracy where police would never bias their standards against citizens to sort of conform to their, moral or political standards. But over here in Iran, land of the unfree, they have something called the Islamic Religious Police, which is exactly what it sounds like. An official Islamic vice squad police agency which enforces religious observance and public morality. Basically, if you're a chick and you show your ankles in public, they gun you down right there. Not really. Well, half really. They will arrest you, and you can go to jail for a lot of that stuff. And the criminal justice system in Iran is not that durable when it comes to crimes against Islam. I'll say that much. Now, I want to be clear about something because I think this often gets kind of overlooked in discussions in countries like Iran, all right? Iran has had an aggressive and thriving feminist movement, in addition to largely underground because they would be arrested, but otherwise active secularist movements. The people of Iran are varied and diverse in their political opinions. There are many Iranians who despise the religious police, and there are many Iranians who, much like our American fundamentalists, who also have a disproportionate amount of power, ruin things for everyone. So just keep that in mind. Modern Islamic religious police forces were first established in the mid-1970s, after the revolution, I assume. Prior, the administration of public morality in most Islamic countries was considered a socio-religious matter and was enforced through the application of civil laws or through more informal means. To massively summarize this, everyone's seen those those photos of Iran from like the 1960s, where you have like just people just chilling and looking, I guess by our standards, quite normal. I believe these are university students before the revolution. Basically, the West pulled a rubber band until it snapped. We stepped on Iran. We stepped all over the Middle East, us and the Brits mostly, but, the West sort of broadly. And eventually we stepped so hard and imposed so many, dictators in our favor
that there was a revolution and the revolutionaries were extremely Muslim, just very Muslim. Because it turns out when like the Christian West is stomping all over your part of the world, religious identity is a really good like unifying factor for igniting like revolutionary sentiment, you know? The kinds of people who are going to unite against like a broader system of Christian oppression are usually going to be the more like sort of Islamic extremist types, which is exactly what happened. Revolution, embassy incident, blah, blah, blah. This is why Beverly Hills is currently full of Jewish people, because they're Iranian Jews that call themselves Persian to distinguish themselves from the Iranian regime, who more or less kind of got yeeted when Iran got more religiously extremist and more Islamicist. So anyway, basically, we have the institution of morality police, and they're running around here making sure that everyone's ankles are covered up. Here we go. A religious policeman beating a woman for removing her burqa headpiece in public, Kabul, 2001. So there we go. Now we know. The face of religious policing right here. We've got a lad, and he's thwacking. It's not good. Not great. Taliban police in a pickup truck patrolling a street in Herat in July 2001. This is, of course, not in Iran, but, you know, religious police broadly. Guidance patrol Dilekavan parked in front of Millet Park in Tehran. As you can see, it's very spooky. So you see it has the text of Islam written here on the tinted windows, you see. Because there's not to see here but the words of the Prophet, of course. Spooky Muslim words, you know. Yeah, it's a whole thing. It's not just in Iran, but we're talking about Iran here. Where's the Iran section? The Islamic Revolutionary Committee's Guidance Patrol. Vice Squad in the law enforcement force of the Islamic Republic of Iran, established in 2005. So this is, I think, the modern iteration. Vash Lamau, that's just Farsi. Yes, when I said spooky Islam words, I didn't... Yes. Okay. It was a joke. So yes, we have the fashion police. And to their credit, they're looking quite dapper, are they not? Look at this hat. I like it. Little gold brim, sort of red stripe. Looking good. Keep it up, man. Don't do anything cringe and theocratic, okay? The patrols usually consist of a van with male crew accompanied by shador-clad females that stand at a busy public place to detain women not or wrongly wearing hijabs. They're driven to a correctional facility or police station, lectured on how to dress, and almost always released to male relatives the same day. There are incidents of longer arrests and more prolonged detainments. And obviously, we're talking about Iran. This is not the most transparent country when it comes to journalism. So, like, people fall through the cracks, you know? Like, oftentimes people get a lecture and then get, like, left in the company of their husband or father later in the day. But sometimes worse things happen. And recently, a worse thing happened. Iran rocked by protests over woman's death after dress code arrest. Protesters clashed with security forces in Iran's biggest cities and across its Kurdish region, because Kurds are based, on Monday as anger mounted over the death of a 22-year-old woman after she was detained by the Islamic Republic's morality police. The death of Mahsa Amini, a Kurdish Iranian, and you know there is a racial element to this as well, who was on a visit to Tehran, has rocked the nation. Amini was arrested by the morality police last Tuesday, accused of wearing tight trousers that contravene the Republic's obligatory Islamic dress codes for women. So in Western terms, the pussy was popping. Tehran police confirmed on Monday. While Iranian officials have denied she was killed while in detention, suggesting a heart attack put her in a coma for 4 days before she was released, her death has sparked calls for the abolition of the strict dress codes. Now, not that I'm complaining, not that I'm claiming that the Iranian Islamic morality police might be slightly biased and dishonest, but 22 years old fell into a coma after a heart attack with no mistreatment from the religious police while being a member of an ethnic minority? Nah.
This has sparked essentially nationwide protests. Here we have a good bit. Tehran's police chief, Brigadier General Hossein Rahimi, repeated assertions on Monday that Amini was not physically harmed. He said there was no camera in the van used to arrest her, but added there were eyewitnesses who proved she was not injured. So that's the argument he's putting forward here. We don't have any proof, but the other members of the religious police are willing to vouch. Police have released 2 CCTV camera videos that show she walked out of the van and into a salon to listen to Islamic teachings with no evidence of violence committed before she collapsed on the ground. So she walked from the van into the building, and then, like, nothing bad happened. In the building. She was just listening to Islamic teachings. In all likelihood, like we're not dumb here, right? In all likelihood, she talked back to them and they cracked her across the head. She fell into a coma and then died. Right. We can all sort of move forward on that assumption as a fair and reasonable. I'm sure they cracked her across the head, you know, intending to injure and embarrass her, and just did it too hard. And, you know, that's why it's bad to hit people on the head, because you can kill them that way. It could have been worse than that, you know? I saw some photos and she was so swollen I thought she had her nose cut off. I didn't know there were photos. Just a moment. I see a photo in the hospital, but it's not at an... No, never mind. Hospital source tells Iran International. Mahsa had been repeatedly hit on head. Her brain was severely damaged. Hey, me too. This is Iran International in English. Thank you. I can't... that's the language that I can read. Repeatedly hit in the head, her brain tissues have been severely damaged before being taken to the hospital. She was brain dead and could not be saved, a hospital source told Iran International, dismissing what the Islamic Republic claims. Does anyone know if Iran International is a is it like a like outside of Iran reporting? Because I feel like the regime wouldn't allow them to say this if they were staffed and operated within Iran. Is this like they're staffed and operated like somewhere nearby or like in fucking Israel or something? Location is London? Oh my god, it does say that. I didn't even think to look there. Yeah. While we should always be somewhat skeptical of you know, the sort of what's the term when you leave the country? What's the term? It's Israel uses this term a lot, the Israelis, the Zionists. When you're I wasn't thinking expat, I was thinking another one. Diaspora. I was thinking diaspora reporting there. There's always like some degree of suspicion that should be levied here, but while perusing through Google image search, I am seeing that the idea that Mahsa Amini was severely beaten and had brain damage is not exactly a controversial take for those who have had access to that information. So great! The morality police murdered her. Great. Phenomenal stuff. There has been an outpouring of support all across Iran, and I think broadly in the Muslim world as well, because, you know, there are iterations of this morality police all over the place. I saw, for example, there was some prominent social media parading of women not wearing hijabs and cutting their hair. Let me see if I can find that. Here we go. Iranian women removing their hijabs in protest and chanting death to the dictator at the funeral.
it's very important when covering any kind of foreign. This is how you fight against Orientalism. You know, you always want to remember whatever's going on around the world. You have to remember that everyone everywhere is the same. No matter how much they may lie to you or try to sort of reaffirm the differences, like we're all basically the same. We're like we really are. People wear different hats and have slightly different skin tones, but we're all the same. It's like it's very, 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 very minor stuff. Yeah, we're all just dudes, and some people I guess aren't dudes, but they're still like basically still dudes. Now, again, Iran is a authoritarian theocracy, so we're not exactly getting fresh and transparent reports on what's going on within. Much like the Arab Spring, the majority of the news that we're getting seems to be just coming straight from social media. And it's kind of difficult to verify this stuff as it's happening. This report came out, I think, less than an hour ago, that 4 people have been killed in Iran so far during these protests. The reports can't be independently verified by Reuters at this time, but they are coming from the Hengah Human Rights Organization, which is reporting on these deaths. The claimed deaths were from gunfire. 2 of the people were killed as security forces opened fire on protesters in the Kurdish city of Saqqez. Again, a racial element to this, or an ethnic element, because the Iranian state does not like the Kurds, because the Kurds want independence, because they keep getting treated like shit. And the Human Rights Org said 2 more were killed in the town of Divandere by direct fire from security forces. Again, it is difficult to directly confirm stuff like this on the fly, but you know, if Reuters sees fit to report this, I think there's good reason to believe it. And also, Iran firing on protesters, not a super crazy unlikely thing, as it turns out. Not an impossible, unfathomable concept. Actually something that's pretty easy to imagine happening. Miserable stuff there, but the surge in protests are inspiring to see, to say the least. And I hope they lead to some kind of institutional change. Hopefully the institutional change leads not only to a systemic critique or removal of the morality police, but also an addressing of the nature of anti-Kurdish ethnic bias in Iran, since that is such a prominent problem there. But Vosh, you put the Iranian flag on the good side. I will not allow world events to get in the way of my shitposting. Nothing can stop me. Sure has been a busy couple of days, hasn't it? I mean, really, though. Between Mexico, Puerto Rico, Pakistan, and Japan reeling from climate disaster, the Queen's death, now we have, like, protests across Iran, people getting killed. And multiple new wars. That's right. Azerbaijan and Armenia and Tajikistan and Kyrgyzstan. That's right. Yeah. We have the potential for 2 more ground wars with territory being annexed. Like I've said, guys, we are in what historians have referred to as the cool zone. The happening is taking place. We are now living in times. We are paying for the sins of Generation X in the 1990s, who arrogantly listened to Nirvana and wore outlandish flannels in a time of relative peace for the West. We are now paying out their sins. The happening is taking place. Actually, historians call this interesting times. Well, historians are less funny than me. So as soon as Russia turned out to be a military failure, all of these stands rose up? Literally, yes. The threat of Russian hegemony, which maintained peace in the region, was the main thing keeping the stands sort of from each other's throat. They're all non-nuclear countries, after all, meaning that they can just fucking gut each other without, like, the international community getting that involved. And now that it's very clear that Russia can barely keep itself together, all these disparate ethnic groups are going to go back at each other's throats, and they despise each other more. The racism that these post-Soviet states feel towards each other is more pure and more vindictive than any racism any white boy could ever muster against a black person. I'm so sorry. There is something pure and distilled and almost eldritch about like Balkan ethnic conflict. What's the term for like the Armenia, Azerbaijan, Kyrgyzstan, Kyrgyzstan? Like what's that area? It's not like Balkanized. It's something else. It's the Caucasus region. The Caucasus, yeah, the Caucasus. They're going to be having a good old time of it, I think. The region between the Black Sea and the Caspian Sea, mainly comprising Armenia, Azerbaijan, Georgia, and parts of southern Russia. So not Tajikistan and Kyrgyzstan. That would just be East Asia. Do you think Russia falling is going to make others take potshots in China? No, China's still stable. Oh, Central Asia. Sorry, Central Asia. East Asia would be, yeah, East, obviously. Sorry. Thank you. Yeah. China is stable. I don't think that China is going to be destabilized over any of this, and I think that China's been promoting its own cultural hegemony intelligently outside of the sort of Russian influence. We'll see how Russia goes. Man, it honestly starts to feel like Russia might actually balkanize again. Like, that would be insane, but it might actually happen. Like, things are falling apart over there faster than anyone could have predicted. It's not just like the war is going poorly for them. It's like Russia is like limping its way through its own defeat, while all of its former like border states are tearing each other apart because they know Russia can't do anything anymore. I don't know. Things are really bad over there. Yeah. Re-Balkanization is in a bunch of little dictators. Oh, guys, if Russia balkanizes, the constituent states would not be democracies. You'd be lucky if one of them was. Yeah. Who's going to get the nukes though? Fuck. I don't really want like 8,000 warheads distributed across like 17 countries that all hate each other. That actually seems like the opposite of a good thing. Thing is, they can only be launched from Moscow. Well, given enough time, there's always going to be a way to do something damaging if you have a warhead in your territory. Even if you don't have access to the computer systems that allow for ICBM launches, you know, you can still like find ways to ignite the warhead. UN intervention? Can we just swoop in and grab them? That'd be a ground war though. That would be a full-on land war, because all those constituent balkanized states would not want us to do that. Like, we would have to fight all of them. And it would be thousands. They don't even know where they all are. Wouldn't that situation mandate an intervention from the global community? I mean, I don't know. They don't want to nuke each other either. Maybe they denuclearize. It's happened before, right? Man, maybe. But like, the denuclearization took place like towards the end of the Cold War and during the shock doctrine era. Like, that was when we were collaborating with Russia, or at least trying to bring the heat down a bit. That's not happening right now. Things are getting more heated. I don't know, man. Most of them would surrender them for financial support. That would probably be like the best, right? The best thing we could do is for the United States and like the NATO coalition to be like, okay, you guys just balkanized, you're fucking broke, all right? We will give you a lot of money, but you have to give us your nukes, and let us send inspectors in to make sure you gave us all your nukes. That's probably the best thing that could happen, right? Yeah. Yeah, probably. Russia could only fracture partially. Well, the majority of Russia would still be Russia, right? Or I should say, like, if Russia were to balkanize, most of the balkanization would happen like in Central and Eastern Russia. But what we think of with Russia,
like around Moscow, like here, like that would still all be one country, right? But they have nuclear silos across the whole country because it's part of their it's part of their nuclear protection program. I don't know. I don't know, man. Kazakhstan denying them aid at the beginning of the war. Armenia and Azerbaijan fighting. Man, fuck. The Balkanization of Russia would mean the dissolution of NATO, right? Probably not. We'd probably keep NATO. Would you be okay with the USA losing all of its nukes? I mean, denuclearization is probably a good thing, right? I don't think the USA is going to use its nukes irresponsibly. And I do want the USA to have nukes as long as there are other countries that have nukes. But, like, if we could get rid of all of them, I would like that. But man, fuck, do I like, man, I don't know. I feel like nukes might actually be good, but you need at most like 2 of them in the world in total. Because the thing is, like, non-nuclear countries right now are on the brink of genociding one another. Like Serbia, Armenia, Kosovo, Albania, Azerbaijan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, like, it's going to be a fucking bloodbath, right? And if nothing else, nukes do prevent active conflict between 2 nuclear countries. But what if you just had like 2? What if every country just had 1 and it was a small one? How about that? Okay, every country gets literally one single nuke, and it's like the little boy sized, like I don't know, 50 kilotons or something. And if anyone ever uses their nuke, they get dogpiled by the international community. That's it. We've got it. We've solved geopolitics, lads, okay? You give everyone just enough nuke to disincentivize invasion, but not so much that if they ever go for it, it's world-ending. There we go. What's lost when no more nukes? Well, you don't have mutually assured destruction anymore, right? Like, the idea is that nukes theoretically make the world more peaceful because the consequences of open conflict between developed countries is so dangerous that that they avoid it entirely. Which, to be fair, throughout the Cold War, the United States and Russia, the Soviet Union, did not engage in direct conflict. We just engaged in proxy conflicts and killed millions of people indirectly. So, but maybe that was less death than if we just did direct war with the Soviet Union? Maybe, I don't really know. This sucks, man. Now, Pakistan and India have semi-wars all the time. They have a very active border conflict, and yes, they're both nuclear countries. In all likelihood, if the world is going to end, like, it's either going to be Iran and Pakistan do the funny, or Russia completely loses its marbles, and we all wake up one morning to hear that 8,000 white lights are streaming across the entire planet as some as Putin, drunk off his mind and half naked, stumbles into the Kremlin war room in boxer shorts with his dick hanging out and slaps every red button. Iran and Pakistan? You mean India and Pakistan, right? India and Pakistan. Sorry, I'm fucking stupid. India and Pakistan, not Iran and Pakistan. Taiwan's also important. Nah, China's not going to bring about nuclear war from Taiwan. They're not going to. What about India and China? They won't. China benefits from long game economic neocolonialism. You know, the conflicts that they engage in, I think they try to play it out differently, you know? Russia doesn't at all. India and Pakistan, I think, are both a lot more rational than Russia is when it comes to their geopolitics, but they also fucking hate each other, and they're both nuclear nations, so I don't know. You know, I don't know. The post-war accommodation with Russia needs a unique solution that will not bring us Russia's version of Hitler. I've got it.
ethnic cleansing. Literally just no Russia, but also no Russia ever. We simply delete this part of the world. It's just gone now, okay? Like, it just doesn't exist anymore. We fill it with like 8 landmines per square foot, all the way from the border with Ukraine to the coast outside Alaska, and literally just like a 3-foot deep layer of landmines here, and no one gets to live here ever again, ever. And that fixes the problem, right? That fixes it, I think. I mean, that is the rationale of genocide, Vosh, unironically. Oh, it is? Oh, I didn't realize that. I'm sorry. I just realized that what I was suggesting was distasteful, and actually, it was actually bad to do that. Okay, thank you. I'll rethink my future strategies. You're right. I apologize for my problematic geopolitical suggestion. We all make mistakes. Don't worry, Vosh. We all do it now and again. God. I just want to end stream. I can't do geopolitics and climate change talks in the same stream, man. Man, I've got fucking work to do. Fuck this. I'll read donos tomorrow. I've got shit. This goofy fucking goober stream. Fucking, I think we have debates tomorrow. So chin up, okay? Chin up, lads. Lots of stuff. Lots of stuff to go over. I love you all very much, okay? Really, though, I did enjoy the stream. It was a lot of fun. Yeah, I enjoyed it a lot. I hope you guys know, like, I know that not every stream is going to have, like, debates or whatever, but I do try to make even stuff like looking at the Queen's funeral interesting. I mean, if nothing else, we can all just sit and joke about it, right? I mean, isn't that the point of politics anyway? Like, the point of politics and being politically educated is just so that you have things to laugh about while understanding why you're about to die, right? Look at the Swedish stuff lion, you'll laugh your ass off. You know, Vermin does taxidermy. I'm so proud of Vermin, by the way. They're not here right now, but you know that Vermin's cleared over 1,000 at auctions with taxidermy work that they've done? Their very first auction was, I think, like $400. It's a really, really, really good amount for literally the first auction of a taxidermist, right? I mean, imagine like any like sculptor or something with the first like sculpture. It's like, oh yeah, 400. Like what? That's a lot though. Very, very proud of them. Are they a professional taxidermist now then? They're legally allowed to do taxidermy. I don't know what the situation is with like the thing. I remember them talking about some like licensure. They're not a professional in the sense that they're like super experienced, but they do, you know, they do taxidermy stuff. Show us. Oh, I don't have it. I mean, it got sold at an auction. I have taxidermies back in the hallway in addition to some pelts, but I don't really want to move them because I think they're icky. But they get taxidermy skins from like local farmers and stuff. Like sometimes like a deer just like dies, you know? Like a deer will give birth and then a baby deer will just die. So, you know, like okay, skin it and put it on a foam mount, I guess. Yeah. Ethically sourced taxidermy? Well, yeah, right? I mean, like, animals die all the time. As long as their pelts are in good condition, right? Like, you might as well, you might as well, like, make art of it. I mean, that's what people do with, like, ethical leather sourcing. Is it legal to taxidermy humans? I don't think so. Conceptually, that's super fucked up. Do you really think so? I mean, if an animal dies peacefully, I don't think it's unethical to eat its meat. I mean, you know, as long as animals don't really have like a like some kind of like cultural reverence for the dead. I think it's okay. I mean, yeah, I don't know. He'll never watch The Lion. No, I'm familiar with the Swedish Lion. This goofy fuck. I like him. There are some animals that do honor their dead. Well, I mean, yeah, that's just animals are dumb, you know. I mean, I have a taxidermy back there, but I don't think it's Vermin's. I think it was just a taxidermy that Vermin got as like a learning lesson, you know?
We have like an entire deer downstairs, like an adult deer that I just walk by sometimes. In my gigantic like 8-story like CIA compound, you know. There's a bunny rabbit over there, but I don't know how fragile it is. Yeah, I don't want to mess with it. I don't know. I don't know enough about it to like confidently handle taxidermy. I don't know what's like good to handle or not. Isn't embalming sort of a taxidermy? Well, you're preserving the body, but in a different fashion. Can you ride the adult deer? Probably not. Well, there are pelts over there. Okay, here, hold on. Hello, pigeon. See? It's a pelt. Look, it's another pelt. What is she doing? What? Why are you like this? Why can't you just be held? I guess Artemy is unusually okay with being held. But look at her. What is this? What are you doing? Yeah. Wow. Wow. Little weirdo. Put the pelt in her? No, I won't put the pelt in her. Also, the cats go fucking wild for all of the taxidermy materials, you know? Like, how do you think a cat reacts when they see a pelt? I mean, think about it, right? They're going to tear that thing apart the moment they get the chance to. So, you know, you have to be, yeah. Give her her hair back. Yeah, that pelt was the pigeon fur that we shaved off of her. She looks ridiculous. She looks like such a stupid little idiot. Pigeon. If you come over here, I'll pick you up again and annoy you. No. She's licking her leg. Giving herself a lick. God. Okay, sorry. I'll read donations tomorrow. I apologize. I meant to today, but I was pretty meandering. So I'm going to do that tomorrow. Yes. Do you hear her scream? No? That's a shame. Pigeon. Okay, well, stream's ending anyway. I love you guys very much. Really, I do. Got some good debates coming up. Let me throw you all like a pitched baseball at who's live? Oh, actually, wait. Before I go, okay, I'm about to call upon chat for very specific knowledge, and I understand this is generally a mistake, but I'm going to do it anyway. Okay? Are you guys ready for it? Okay. I have a question, a Unity question, okay? Can everyone just chill for a second and listen so I can ask, okay? Okay? So, in a 2D isometric Unity project, there is no 3D space. Well, there actually is. But don't worry about that. Let's pretend there isn't. So, the question is, how do I make my little rectangle dude, who's operating as a kind of facsimile of a player character, move through this barn door in a realistic fashion? Because these are just 2D image sprites, you see? Now, I have split this group of 4 into 4 separate tiles. I'm going to remove them now and just deal with the barn itself. Whoops. There we go. So as we can see with the barn right here, as long as I'm in front of the barn, all is well. But then I try to move into the barn, and I'm still in front of the barn. See? Because it's just an image, right? Like, okay, you know? So what I've done here is I have Pigeon. She's just screaming back there. Why is she screaming? Is something happening? She just wanted water. Anyway, so here's the specific problem, okay? Are you guys ready for it? Okay. I have now broken the barn up, the front of the barn, into 4 distinct tiles, all right? So here's the idea. Please observe. Here I have a player sprite. Here they are, right here. Whoa! That kind of worked. I have to do a bit of fixing here on the top. That kind of worked right there. See? Whoa! Friendly Flame, with respect, everyone, don't give me an answer unless you know exactly what you're talking about, because I've probably already tried or done or looked through what you're referring to. I'm not trying to sound like a cunt or anything, just I'm looking for specific knowledge here. So this works, okay? So here's the reason why this works. Are you ready for it? Kind of. You can see it's clipping right here. So here's the reason why this works, okay? The reason this works is because this right here is its own separate tile. And this tile down here has an isometric base plate that is identical to the isometric base plates used for all of the tiles. That is to say 32x. What this means is that if I put the pivot point right down here in the center of that base plate, the player will move around the block in a normal and ordinary fashion. So allow me to show you. Hit play. I have basic collision enabled. You can see the guy moving around. Whoa, I hit the wall. Whoa, I hit the wall. Whoa, I hit the wall. That's crazy. Whoa, hit the wall. Whoa, I hit the wall. Okay. Now if I'm behind it, see? Whoa, I hit the wall. See? Even from back here. You see? The reason this works, like so, is because each of these tiles has a pivot point based around a 32 by 32 sprite block. That's the basis of all this. This is a collection of 4 of them right here, okay? The problem is that the tiles associated with this barn are not clean 32 by 32 pixel sprite blocks, which means... There we go. Which means that the pivot point is kind of difficult to figure out. If I'm right here, for example, okay? Look, I'm where I should be, right? See, like I'm moving right over here. See, like I'm moving past the beam, like this is normal, okay? But then if I want to move to my right, I should be able to be behind it right here, see? But I'm not. I'm in front of it. I have to cross the pivot point that would be there if it was a regular 32 by 32 base block. for it to be categorized behind it. You see? You'll have to script the sorting layer in your sprite renderer based on the Y position, but it already uses Y sorting. It's a 1 and negative 0.26 Z-tile sorting. Aren't there games that just don't even address that? Yes, but I have chosen to address it, and there must be a way to do it. I would just standardize the tile set. Well, it is standardized. The problem is that this wall is too thin. This wall, even if it's standardized, this works as it is. If it comes out to here, and then I'd have to walk this far back and move here, that would work. This is my first time grappling with a sorting order for something that isn't just a simple 32 by 32 block. So I think they mean you have to program a special sorting layer for all tiles that have a higher Y value than the player. Well, that can be done. I mean, another thing that I could do is I could literally like have collision barriers in here that just set the sorting axis of the barn to be higher whenever I walk through it, which would be kind of a cheat, I guess, but it could work. So what I could do then is I could like walk through here and like trigger a flag or whatever. And then it's like, oh, you're in the barn. The barn sorting layer is now set to 2, not 1. And then you're behind it, you know? And that's doable. It's just... Sounds like would bog down the game. No, it's a very simple calculation to make. But what if you wanted to move in and immediately move to the side? When would it happen? I need a distinct point in time when that transition would take place. So the barn, okay, so we'll set the barn to order layer 1, and I'll set the player to order layer 2 by default. So it's like behind. So now, no matter what the Z value is of the barn and the Z value is of the player, I'm winning. Wait, that's true, right? Does Z override? Oh, it does. That's true. The Z value interferes even with the order layer. So wait, what if it was set to like a 24? Okay, so the ordering layer doesn't override the Z calculations. The Z calculations are still... Wait, fuck. Wait, if that's the case... Because if your Y position is greater than the Y position of the bottom of the barn, you would always want the player to be drawn behind. Well, but the Y position for the barn changes because it's got an interior as well. Can you turn the camera so we can see the 3D space? It will not help your conceptualization. There. We're now in 3D space with an isometric projection, roughly. The player object is way farther behind because its Z-axis is set to 5. If I look over this way, I should be able to find the, yeah, other tile. There we go. Back into, back where we should be. So wait. Okay, I am the player sprite. Hee-haw. Okay. I am walking along. Doit-de-doit-de-doit. Okay? I'm trying to imagine a collision barrier where this would be good. So, first idea, okay? We separate off everything above this line of the barn, and it's always drawn above the player, because there's never going to be a time where I'm in front of this upper lip of the barn. So that section of the barn can be an entire separate sprite that's just always higher up. So we don't even have to worry about clipping on the roof here. The real concern is like moving inside here and having like everything else fade away or whatever. No jumping, not here. Don't have to worry about that. So we can separate everything above like the top 64 pixels as a separate sprite. But if I'm moving in here, at what point exactly do I want to be drawn behind? It's right here. But for here, it would be... So if I just had a collider right here that is as far into the barn as the width of the collider attached to the player model, and it hits right here, this is the point where I'd want to be rendered behind. That could be done. So you know what I could do? Okay. So I could attach a collider to the barn right here that will switch the sort order in the barn to go up by one above the player, which would make it appear behind, right? And also, okay, wait, hold on. We could do more with this. Okay, and that same collider could do other things. Like there could be a black mask all around here that fades in when we cross over that path as a way of like, and we could have it zoom in too. And we can change the alpha value of all of these tiles so that they fade away, leaving only a secondary sprite which views the back wall of the barn. So that way we're now viewing the interior of the barn from an isometric perspective. So when you walk in there and you hit that trigger point, which you could just have be as far into the barn as the width of the character plus the depth of this beam so that you don't cross into it early, and then after that point, you could have all those things happen in tandem. Or maybe you could have 2 collision points, and then you could track the... Yeah, you could track the distance between the closest and furthest point there, and then through that tracking, you can use that as a gradient to determine the proportion by which you activate the mask on the outside area, along with the camera zoom in and the alpha decreasing on the sprites. No, I don't want to do that, Somnio. It's not in the right place. Okay, I think that can work. I can do that. Can I do that? Can I think I could do that. I think this is within... How would this work for non-rectangular buildings, though, Vosh? Don't worry about it. It's all 2.5D isometric, so everything is going to be basically rectangular. Or at the very least, it'll be modeled like it's rectangular, if that makes any sense. I don't like having to hack together a solution for changing the sorting axis of the barn on the fly like that, because that doesn't feel like it's the most elegant solution, but it is a serviceable one. It will work, you know? Are you trying to make the barn a different area? No. So it's like, so it'd be like this, right? No. So it would be like this, right? Like the idea would be, how do I reduce the alpha value of a layer? I don't know how to. New layer, yeah. So the idea would be like you walk in there, right? And then you have like the interior of the barn like this, where you can only see the back walls like this, and you have like you have like the tiling and everything here, you know, and the entrance that you just came through like this, see, it's no longer visible or whatever. Maybe you could have like maybe you could have kind of like a little bit of the board here, still visible? Does that make any sense? So a transparent roof? Yeah. The roof would be transparent. Does that make sense? Does everyone get what I'm coming at this from? This is what I've been spending my free time on lately, by the way. Does this make sense? So when you walk in like this, it goes from this, and then there's a fade out so that this sprite fades away and it leaves this sprite where now you're inside the barn, and the idea would be that there's like a black mask that there, like that. Like when you walk in, everything else fades out, and now you're in the barn, right? And the roof's not visible, and you can see the back walls over here. So you could see like you could see like the tools and like the shed or whatever, and here's a bed, or whatever. When you walk in there, and then if you walk back out, all of those effects undo, and this goes away, and it goes back to looking like a regular barn. Does that make sense? Is a Snuggie quest? It's something. This is a thing in Project Zomboid. Please tell me you're not going to draw a comparison to another game just because it uses an isometric tile set. Don't do this to me. Yeah, it's a popular, yeah, okay, I can see, yeah. It's a popular angle from which to do these types of games. I personally have a huge fondness for isometric 2D games. I really, really like them. I think there's a lot of artistic creativity. If I'm looking at this correctly, it seems like a lot of these are 3D models that have a shader placed over them that pixelates them. Guys, these vehicles, can they be moved and rotated like a 3D object? Like they're pixelated, but they like move around like a 3D object? Okay, then they're 3D models that have a shader placed over them. This is something that I've been thinking of for the main character, or maybe for some visual effects. Look at this. 3D pixel shader. Now, I don't know how to do like shader stuff because it's a little bit beyond me, and I would want to manually code it rather than buying it. Oh, this is the no shader version, but there's a more advanced version of this tutorial, isn't there? I know because I've seen it. But I want to learn how to code it myself.
If you want an outline
Like
effect,
this
you're
right
gonna
here.
have to work.
Oh, shader coding. Ooh. Basically, the way this stuff works is that you have an additional camera, not even code. It's not real code. It's like, yeah, whatever. Basically, the way this works is that there's another camera that follows the main camera, and so it basically like so like the main camera just relays info for you to see, but you have an extra camera that takes information and does something to it. And that's what a shader is. A shader basically just takes the existing information that a camera gives you. It takes a look at things. And then it applies math to it to change what it looks like, and then it kicks that info down the line. So the shader camera views this, and it identifies objects that it wants to shade based on, you can just tell it like what to focus on. And then rather than showing it up front, it does this to it. I mean, this is one of the things. You can do like a lot of stuff. I mean, shaders can do anything, right? They can do like anything. Yeah. If I remember correctly, the stuff here that's being affected by the shader is not visible to the main camera, because for the main camera that is giving the rest of this info, like all the stuff in the back, like for the main camera, if it could see this cube, would see like a regular cube, like a straight lined cube, and you would be able to see it here, like you'd be able to see like the real cube like peeking out behind this shadered pixel version. Does that make any sense? Like, because in all the little gaps on the pixels right here, like there you'd be able to see pigeon. You'd be able to see it there. So I think this cube is invisible to the main camera. The shader camera picks it up, and then the shader camera applies its math and then projects it into the scene. But from a physics perspective, the cube is a regular non-pixelated cube. Or to put it another way, if like you dropped like a rock right here and it fell straight down, it wouldn't like get caught on the pixels. Like it wouldn't like land on a pixel. The pixel's just an abstract representation of the of the actual proportion of the cube and its space relative to the 3D camera. Does that make sense? Yeah. All right, I'm going to end stream. Thanks for helping me work that out. Keffels, Dylan Burns TV. I'll throw you guys over to Keffels. It's been a busy while for her. You know, it's been some stuff has happened. You know, it seems like a warranted. This kind of makes me want to give Unity a try. Yeah, I have an idea. I have a dream, one might say. Yeah. All I've been able to think about all stream is Unity coding. I'm so sorry. If I seem out of it, it's literally because of that. It's literally, I've just been sitting here talking about like climate change and Iran, thinking like, how do make barn move good? That's literally just my brain has been like a fucking reel. And of course, because I'm streaming, I can't actually concentrate on it, so I can't find any answers in my... Okay, alright, okay, alright. It's just standard ADHD shit. It happens. Eat us already? Yeah, okay, fine. Yeah.